Yeah, whatever, just fucking go, man. Shit. Well, yeah. I did consider taking this week off. I'm not gonna. And I was gonna play that Duke 3D thing. I was gonna continue it, but I'm not gonna, because I just want to do something fun. And there's every real risk that might not be fun. That might end up being like just a slog like it was. And well, I want to get good at this game again, so I'm gonna play this. Plus the fact it lets me test out my crummy device, because you might remember when we initially tested out this XStation, there was a slight issue with it whereby it couldn't, like this being a PAL PS1, couldn't go into NTSC mode. It lacks the crystal to do it, and it tries to switch like which crystal it's using to get the colour burst clock. And so I've built a thing which is not at all pretty. Let me see if I can get the camera to look down there. It's not pretty at all. I think you'll agree, but yeah, that does things. And with that, I should be able to just inject my own colour burst frequency into what comes out of the PlayStation 1 there. Obviously I've tested it a little bit, but well, this will serve to test it further, and I want to get good at this game again, so therefore I should just play it, really. Play it until I get good at it again. Yeah, you see, the PlayStation's outputting a PAL signal now, so you're not going to see it, because the capture card's not going to lock on, because the colour carrier is now invalid. I do intend to do another little truck that could run, but I don't think I'm quite at that point again yet. Like, I need to play this to get good at it again. The console's muted for now, because I've got to make sure the music's off, because this game has licensed music all over the place. And so I'm going to have to be quick on the button for that, I think. I don't know, I don't think they'd shut me down for it. They'd just... Well, what they're going to do, remove monetization. I don't have that on this channel anywhere. Well, I don't have it on any of my channels. I have the option to do it on the main channel, but I've never pursued it to see what would happen. On this channel, I just don't have that option. I don't need the intro cutscene. So, yeah, see, licensed music. And I used to earn at least half of those albums. Actually, I probably still do somewhere. This room, you know, I've moved absolutely bloody everything. It's one of the only times you'll see without a load of stuff on my fucking floor can I get my chair in a spot. It's like largely empty. It's horrible. Don't like it. And then what do? They show up, they go in the cupboard, they look at one light fixture, perk my electric like meter about a bit, perk the fuse box about a bit, and then leave. It's like, so you told me to move fucking everything just to like not look at everything. It tells me it's a pretext visit. It's definitely a pretext visit. They're going to use it to do unnecessary work. I've just realised my mistake. I've left the memory card in. Let me remove that and reset the game. No memory card, let's get rid of it. I want it to start with a clean slate. I don't want whatever's on there. Better be safe than sorry, know what my country's like. Well, yeah, that's it. It'll just be a pretext visit. What they're going to do is within the next couple of weeks I'll get a letter telling me all the unnecessary work they want to do, which will never be anything involved or anything that needs doing. It'll be like, well, we want to screw this plastic thing to your house, or, you know, we want to smash out your R bricks and replace them with PVC ones. They've got a real thing for doing that on the houses around here lately. You know, you have R bricks in the wall that let R into nothing because the cavity's sealed anyway. But, you know, they pumped that full of fucking formaldehyde years ago. But they've got this real thing now where they come round, they smash them up, and then they put these PVC ones in that don't fit properly. It's really weird. I don't know why they do it. I really like that on this game, how it loads the memory card automatically when you start the game. Like, it doesn't you know, require you go in the menu. It just loads itself, and so few games did that on the PS1. It's pretty annoying. Well, I used to read infogrames as infogames, as it. Yeah, I think I misread it that way at first. And even then, I'm told I'm saying it wrong because I say it as infogrames, and apparently it's something like infograms. No, I don't speak frilly fucking Latin or whatever it is. I speak a Germanic language, so I will say it like somebody who speaks a Germanic language. There we go, let's use XeFF. Well, you know which vehicle we have to buy. You know exactly which vehicle we have to buy. Quality's going to look better for you than it is for me. Because that capture card, you're seeing the S video output. I'm seeing the composite output, which is a stage after the S video. And that capture card backfeeds like crazy into the encoder chip. So I get loads of noise on my screen. I don't actually mind it. But yeah, you know we've got to use that. We can't use anything else. If I get to the end of the game and unlock all the trucks, I'll fuck about with some of them for a while, maybe. I am going to use modifications today, though. I am going to modify the truck today. Today I will modify it. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to... what's that going to cost me? Yeah, see, I'll really need that later on. And I don't remember how much money I got. So I'll play with the truck modified for now, and then later on, maybe if I've got time, I'll try unmodding it. But I don't know that this is going to be a really, really long stream, like I said, I only took this week off. So I'm still recovering from moving. Like I said, I've had to move bloody everything, and I've still got a load of shit that I've got to take to the tape. I've got things I've got to put back. I had to move that massive Samsung television, which weighs over £100. It's now on the desk to the right of me. I shouldn't have put that suspension on. It's wrong for this course. Whatever. That'll just turn the difficulty up. Those little Wranglers occasionally scoot around my city, but they're largely been displaced with Suzuki Jimmy Cricket. Oh no. They're both hairdresser machines. Both of them. So another thing I like with this game is now I've set the bumper camera, it'll just remember that. A lot of games didn't, especially driving games. They didn't remember your camera setting. Driver doesn't. Play Driver 2, you have to like set that at the start of every fucking mission. It pisses me off. And plus it makes you watch through a cutscene again. I gave that a go. I was like, oh, that's a multi-disc game. I want to play with the multi-disc capability on the XStation. I'm sure I can get to the disc swap at the end of the Havana on that pretty quickly. I put loads of hours in that game when I was like a kid. And now fucking, come and try playing it. It's like, holy fuck, no. All my memories of hating this game are 100% right. So, Driver 2 can fuck off. I'll find a different multi-disc game to test that with. It's not like there's any shortage of them on the system. I have learned this game, this nearly had a Dreamcast port. I would like to have seen that. I could see it, I think I said before that I could see this working well on a Dreamcast. And indeed, it seems they intended to port it to the Dreamcast and just never released it. It's a shame the source code isn't available. Would have had a go at it myself maybe, but probably not. Could never really get to grips with programming for the Dreamcast. Oh, so gutless this Jeep for me. So gutless. It's just so puny. Bounce around. It's like no balls to it. It's top heavy. But it is a short wheelbase, it's not a very long wheelbase on it, so it's quite nimble. And then I say it's got no power, but its acceleration up to about 50-60 miles an hour is actually pretty sharp. It gets there quite quickly. Oh, bad line. And so that's what you've got to use, when you want to get in alert divisions with it that you're really not supposed to take it into. Losing the back end. That's what you've got to rely on, is its ability to sort of change direction and get back up to that speed quickly. But anything past there, it takes too long. Well, the pumpkins suck. You want a line that avoids them, I think, but there's mud there, so how did we go about that before? I could go back and look at my old footage, but I'd rather just rediscover it manually, because I might discover things I didn't know before. Smashing pumpkins, oh Lord. I think going that way is faster than that way, because there's mud on the other side. You can dodge it if you hug the wall. Iron cog hard. Iron cog? Oh no, but Driver 2's definitely unfair. I had a go at Duke Nukem Land of the Babes, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to play that, even though I'd planned to, because I can't control it. I can't control the fucking thing. The controls, it feels like 0 hour on the N64. Like, Time to Kill was bad. I don't like Time to Kill. That thing was garbage, but, yeah, 0 hour on the N64 took the cake for me as, like, probably the worst Duke Nukem game. Land of the Babes might actually catch that up. Yeah, let's just leave that suspension on and see what it does. The hydraulic suspension generally gets you more height and jumps. Something snake related. Yeah, I don't know, man, my brain's fuzzy. Yeah, I think I've mostly got rid of the sort of blue bloom around reds. Definitely need to test the shielding on this thing, because if it's not working, it is just going to be screaming into the CB radio band at about 1/4 watt. Yeah, that communist at the end of the street. I'm not just saying that to be rotten to the guy because I don't like him or anything. I'm saying it because he has, like, communist flags out. He always has them out. If I put a flag up, you know, I wanted to put my Confederate flag out. I'm not allowed to do it. Apparently that's a hate thing. It's like, right, so he's allowed to fly a flag that killed millions of people, and I'm not allowed to fly one that didn't. Great. No, fantastic. Can I put an American flag up there? Well, no, because in that environment, so can I... Well, fuck off, you know. We've had a load of England flags up illegally, which, I mean, I'm happy for them to be there. They've all come down now because I think the World Cup's finished. You know, they're not putting them up because England, they put the England flag up because the World Cup. It's like, now this is, if I did a political party, here's what I would do, like any issue I wanted. Like, I'm not saying I have an opinion one way or the other on this, but I think everybody knows my opinion on this. But say I wanted to try and get into office based on, like, an immigration policy. So I would go like, if we don't enact my immigration policy, then they will cancel the football. If we do not enact my economic policy, there'll be no choice, and they'll be left having to cancel the football. And I'd get into office, guarantee it, because people are like, cancel the football? No, I've got to vote for that guy, I want my football. Yes, if you do not vote for me, you will not be allowed to fly football flags. Because the flag means football, it doesn't mean England, it means football. Double standards, mate, yeah, no shit. Well, I guess with people like the commie fucking radio guy is, you know, these radio people always try and make out like they're some kind of Mad Max anarchist, like, you know, don't need the government because I've got a fucking ham radio. And yet they're the first to call the authorities. You make one bardy on the fucking R and they're straight on the fucking line to like Ofcom or whatever. Like, yeah, somebody's causing interference on the bands. Somebody's using an unlicensed transmitter. I heard it for like a fifth of a second. You've got to go and shut them down. It's like, well, what if I'm an amateur radio builder? I was testing my equipment. What am I supposed to do? It's fucking bullshit. Now, this is another reason I need to practice here, because obviously when I do an unmodified Jeep run of this, I'll nearly lap somebody. When I do an unmodified Jeep run of this, I'm going to do it live, and if I sit and play this on my own, I can get so good at it. But I don't want to be like one of them fucking professional streamers where I just sit in silence and don't talk and ignore the audience and all that shit. So, you know, kind of it's practicing actually speaking at the same time. I think I'm slightly misaligned there, aren't I? Let me try and fix that. Ding, 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 ding. That might move though. I mean, this contraption is not 100% stable. It does drift a little bit. The PAL colour clock, I'm quite fascinated by how some devices tolerate it, because PAL has a tolerance in its colour burst of 1 Hz, 1 cycle per second that it can be out by, and that's it. You know, at 4.43 megahertz, it can be out by 1 Hz. And I can't get crystals that I can use to generate that speed. They're unobtainium. At quad speed, double speed, I may be able to get some. Because like shitty microcomputers use them. So the only crystal I could get is itself, because it's quad speed, out by like 5 Hz, which when it's divided down puts me out by 1 1/4 Hz. And some things actually don't mind. The Samsung television can lock it. And it sort of has a bit of trouble. You know, the colours look shit, and then it kind of flickers and it actually manages to grab it, and it works. This capture card and certain other things, they just cannot get hold of it. This capture card doesn't tolerate it at all. It just refuses to lock on. It knocks it out of sync. Which it shouldn't, because it's not touching the sync signal, but apparently it's enough to upset it. I mean, a colour burst, I think, goes just after a sync pulse, so the two things are close together, but I still wouldn't have thought it'd bother it. But I'm amazed by how many things won't sync if you don't have one. Like if there's no colour burst, the thing just won't grab the image. It's like, well, what if my device is monochrome? You know, what if it's really old? Makes me wonder how many televisions would be able to grab the 403 line or whatever it was. Because obviously, like, since, like, really the 80s or something, you know, we had, like, what, 625 line television here, and it used to be, like, 403. It's like, I wonder how many newer televisions would be able to get hold of that. I bet my Grundig would be able to do it. At Samsung, I've got a feeling if I gave that such a signal, it wouldn't. The Toshiba, I think, could. And I probably am going to take advantage of everything being moved. I'm probably going to get an associate to show up and help me move that telly onto this desk. But I might put it on like a turntable, so if I have to work on it or mess with the cables, I can turn it around without having to pick it up or slide it around and damage my desk to sort of head out of flood-damaged MDF, so the surface isn't that strong. Like, it'll take the weight. I mean, I've stood on it and jumped up and down on it, that desk, to test it, and I weigh over 200 pounds, and it doesn't even shake, but it's the frame that does it. The surface is pretty flimsy. You look under it, you can see all the mould marks and everything. I'm a cheapskate. I don't like paying for materials. I always thought the colour burst serves as both an indicator to inform the TV of the colour signal, also as a reference point. But It maybe does. It probably depends on how the device works, like how it interprets the signal and breaks it down. It wouldn't surprise me if it being out, like, maybe the TV is expecting a luminance signal there and just sees noise because the colour burst is just finishing up when it should have gone away. And so the TV maybe just, oh well, that must just be an invalid signal, I'm picking up noise, and just starts blanking the display. Again, I don't like how newer TVs blank, how they don't let the white noise come out the audio, they don't display noise when there's nothing coming in, they just blank the screen, so that's useless. I can't diagnose a fault with my device if I can't see what's fucking coming out of it. At some point I'm gonna modify my old Ferguson TV, because that doesn't do that. I'm gonna modify it to accept a composite input. Because I mean, at this point I can, you know, well, do whatever the fuck I want personally. I think I'm quite close to mastering analog video now. It's taken me many years, but I do seem to be figuring out what I'm doing with it. And I still want to tamper with snooping the picture from a television. Like actually taking the RGB signals, you know, for the guns, like in the CRT. Actually taking those signals and outputting them as like a video signal that I can use. Because you can stab into them, it's very easy to stab into there and get a picture onto the screen, but what I want is to get a picture out of the screen. You know, and do it to a really old television like that Ferguson, because those old TVs, they would tolerate things being so far out of spec, and they would still put a picture on the screen in some capacity. So if I can grab the signal that's going to the screen, I should be able to use it for something. Although I do still have an increasingly nasty feeling that I'm going to end up having to build a VGA adapter of my own someday. To that end, I think my buffer transistor circuit's bad, and I think that might be why I'm having trouble syncing certain things. I sort of thought about it and I'm like, I think I made a mistake in how I wired that. But I'm not doing any more work on this contraption now. I'll wait until I got a printed circuit board version, which I don't have the coins for at the moment. What level was this again? Yosemite. I definitely want to take that suspension off. I should be buying modifications for this really, because I intend to play with modifications on it today. It's just a practice run. But yeah, even then, the LS86 that I use to get composite sync, they're pretty horrible, those chips. The inputs on them are prone to floating, so you've got to have quite a small pull-down resistor to stop them floating, and it's quite often I don't have that much current available to feed into it, so I need that many transistors to buffer the signals going into the damn thing, that there's no point in that chip existing. So when I do a PCB version of it, I'm probably just going to use like homemade transistor logic to do that, because I think it actually use less components. So it's small wonder they discontinued this chip. When it works, it's great. It's a nice shortcut. Like if you connect it directly to the HV like sync output on a CGA card or something, that's a bipolar output. Like that can sync and source current, and so that'll work with that chip like just fine. But something like the LM1081, it's not really that strong of a drive on it, and the strength of the drive changes depending on the contrast of the image that's on the screen. And yeah, the LS86, if it's too low, it sometimes doesn't actually hit the 2 volts that it needs, and realistically it's closer to 3 volts I tend to find, and so you just got no sync signal. And it actually reflects that on its output as well. The output voltage will skew up and down, and that upsets the CXA, and the CXA does the same thing, where the volume of the sync signal coming into it actually affects the brightness of the image coming out, which I know that's how televisions tend to be. That if you ramp the voltage of the sync, like pulse up, like in an analog television, like it tends to darken the image. Because that's crap. I'm just going to build my own fucking logic to do that when I do a PCB version. I'll make my own transistor logic. Howdy Tekkanen. Reminds me of the speeder bikes from Star Wars. It has very flirty controls, never really feels like you're on the ground. I actually really like that about this game, that it doesn't have a realistic handling model at all. There is another game from about the same time that is called the Screamer 4x4, and that has like an alarmingly realistic handling model for the time it came about. You pick a Land Rover and you set up a wheel with it and everything. It feels remarkably like driving a Land Rover. But I would say that was more of a simulator, like it was sold as a 4x4 racing game, and I would call it a simulator because it's very slow and it's very technical, just like real off-roading in a 4x4. Whereas this feels like an arcade game, things just have this smooth rubbery feel, and the way it feels like everything's on a rubber band almost. It's a bit of getting used to, but it's quite nice. So pleased with my single chip GAL-based video TTLizer, but I may have to look into improving it with output buffers. I'm still happy with the bastardizer. The bastardizer has served me well, and is repairable as it turns out, so I will repair that at some point, and that can carry on doing its job. It probably, when I get the switch boxes made, it probably will end up being screwed to the top of them. I have like the post holes in the CAD file for it, and so they probably will be there. Not sure about my VGA adapting yet, how I'm going to go about that. It's like, do I want it to be dumb and just run on a fixed like clock or something, so it doesn't really scale the image or anything and I can just crop it about later, or do I want to like have it actually be smart? You know, do I want a microcontroller on there? I mean, really, the best thing to do would be to put a full-blown SoC on it and actually have that grab the frame and manipulate it as needed, but the problem then is latency, so I'd rather keep it as analog as possible and just control aspects of the circuit, and it keeps the latency down. Oh, I remembered at the last minute. See, I kicked it to the left there. When you get it just right, you can jump over the water and stop it stealing a load of your speed. I almost got it. Some games just never leave you. I played it a little bit before the stream, obviously. I haven't just picked it back up, but I haven't played it very much because I've been too busy trying to get this adapterizer video grouper contraption to work. I have to dig that Soviet computer out at some point and make a cable for it. I've got the DIN plug for it on the desk though. Which, I mean, that's so many years later. I bought that DIN plug from Maplin Electronics, which no longer exists, hasn't existed for about 10 years. But actually, they technically do. They sell things online now. I was hesitant to use like the Maplin branded components I have. And I'm like, well, I really should, because it's what they're meant for. The MIDI adapter I was using in Larry 6, a few of the parts in that came from Maplin, because I was like, I should just use them. And I think that's what I bought those for anyway, like back then. Shitty fucking transistors, man. Those came from that patch where every time I ordered anything, like, didn't matter where I got it from, like a couple of years ago, like, I just kept getting defective parts. I don't know what that was about. It's fucking stupid. There's nothing I hate more than getting defective parts, because I don't have expensive equipment to diagnose. You know, I spend hours chasing a fault in a circuit I've made. Well, what have I fucked up? Everything looks right, and it turns out to be a part that isn't working according to its data sheet or something. TI parts I'm not going to use in future projects, because I have Texas Instruments stuff just fucks me over again and again and again, and they revise data sheets and they don't tell you, and that's why I kept blowing op amps up in my CV gate controller, because I was using an op amp, my data sheet that was from the 80s, and the 80s version, yeah, I plugged one of those in that head from the 80s, works fine. New ones, different voltage, turns out same part number, so you put them in that circuit, it just fries them. Recently watched some of your videos on Nightmare 3D. I played through the full version of it, and there's like 20 parts or something. I did consider redoing it someday, just because it, like, the audio quality is not very good for a start. I was a bit slow to upgrade on the microphone quality, which kind of sucks. I used to be way ahead of everybody on there, like in the early days. Like, I remember when I first came to YouTube, I was the only person, like, you ever really saw back then doing hardware capture, and that had, like, decent microphone quality, which I always thought was funny, because the microphone I was using cost £1.99 from Maplin, and so it seemed maybe I was the only person who knew how to set one up. Tended to peak out a lot, but still didn't sound as bad as a lot of other people's. And I got held back by YouTube for years, where they're like, oh no, you can't have like HQ like on your videos. No matter what format I used or anything, it just didn't fucking work. I should have put that. I'm glad I didn't, actually, because this is the track that is designed to make you not want to use this Jeep anymore. Like, it can't make these jumps really if you're like an average driver at this game. You can kind of do it if you put the hydraulic suspension on, but it's still difficult. You still have to be pretty good at the game to do it. You'll get to see it because it's actually twice in a row, this track. So the division ends after this race, and then you go into Division 2 and it gives you this track again at night. We'll see it then. Well, you see, I just barely made that jump. Hello, Nintendo. I just barely made that. This one I might be able to get, because if you hang to the right, yeah, this track is designed to make you reject this Jeep and be like, no, I'm upgrading it, I'm selling it and buying a better vehicle, which is what a smart player would do. But unfortunately for the game, I'm a fool, and so I'm going to drag this thing right to the end. Yeah, you're never going to make it. I think it's 75 I've got to be going to make that, like, stock configuration. You really want to get it over that hump that's slightly to the right though. You lose a bit of speed for doing it, but you manage to keep more in the long run. That makes me nervous when I hear the engines behind me. Tells me they're coming to get me. It's just too weak. I'll catch up with what's been written in a moment. Requires a bit of concentration at times, this. It's like a sudden difficulty spike, this level, if you are still driving this Jeep. Like I say, it's definitely meant to push you to try upgrading it. Song in Nightmare 3D, that's similar to yours, cracks me up. They're almost identical. Yeah, but I mean, it is quite a classic, that progression. Larry 3, I think, has like a very similar song, and it might be for the male stripper. Or was that in Larry 2? It's in one of them. Actually, Larry 3, I think, has quite a bit of music that sounds like it could have been in Nightmare 3D at times. Yeah, I did like some updated covers of the Nightmare 3D music. I was using like the stat screen music in the synthesizer video I did on the main channel. I used it as one of the songs in there. Check arcade mode. There are new tracks available. There is a new truck available. Well, we are going with modifications today, so I'm going to buy modifications for my vehicle, but I might come and turn them off a bit later. Depends how quick we get through things. So what I'd like to do is get the speed engine and some different tyres. We should really use those. Just buy as many tyres as you can if you're going to actually do modifications. That would be my advice, you know, if you want to play the game properly. Well, actually, at this point, sell the truck and buy a better one. Buy like a Ram V10 or something. You might have to rerun like the last thing of Division 2 to afford it. But... Right, so, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put none of that shit on for this race, just to show what I mean. So I've left it all the stock, but I'm putting the hydraulic suspension on, you know, just to show that it does like give you more height and jumps. So if you've got decent skill at it and you want to make the jumps and still keep like this Jeep, then that would be sort of your easy way out. Whereas obviously my eventual plan is to do it without any upgrades on the Jeep at all. Quite difficult to get the line there, because we weren't even going that fast and we still made it. So the upgrade system in this game, it does work. It does do what it's supposed to do. Bad line there, but you see I'm nervous of the group of cars, because if they hit me they'll knock me flying. They're a lot heavier than I am. Is in my way, I've got to take a slower line. Fuck off, get out of my way. So they all just have to act like total cockheads, these other races. And I have seen enough out of them that makes me quite confident they do actually try and block you and ram you sometimes. It seems to be just one or two in particular that will do it. It's almost like the rival system in F-Zero. I don't know if it's intentional or the AI is just sufficiently dumb in this game that it ends up doing it more often than not, but it really seems to get more prone to it once you get up to Division 1, and it makes you wonder. Right, I need to get the lead out because he's in front of me and I don't like that. Oh, that was a good line. That was a good line we got there. Thing is, you've got to set yourself up for the next jump. What did that? I didn't touch the steering. It sounded like I'm making excuses, but I blame the controller for that. Somebody rammed me. How nice. It is defective, this controller. It actually is. It's still the same shitty PS2 controller that I've been using for ages, and I still haven't done anything about it. Yeah, I really should. Well, that might have cost me the race. Luckily I don't care because it's only a practice mode. You know, so, well, no, it's like the fucking championship mode, but it's only a practice run. So it's alright. If we lose, we lose. We'll just learn from it. Not that you can learn much from don't get ran by the other cars. Is that too far over? Oh, just a little. Yeah, so I'll probably get the fourth on this, because I'm never going to be able to out-accelerate. You fuck up. Got a lot of lights, claw it back now. Well, I shan't be deterred by that. shan't be deterred by being rammed back into 4th place. I mean, I set a record. How does that work? You know, if they're ahead of me, that tells me that that was an illusion. I actually won. Right, then, there we go. Let's mess about with it. So we'll probably want those. Yeah, so we're putting modifications on our Jeep. We're using the upgrades now. Yeah, this device seems to work. You know, it's doing what it does. You know, it's injecting the colour past. It's outputting valid synchronisation. Oh, fucker. I mean, you see that? Like, he literally drove into a wall. Oh, the other racer. He drove into a wall and stopped. It's like, you think the AI in the game's really that stupid? It could be. Maybe it is just that dumb. But I'm not entirely sold on that idea. I think they try and block it, because it seems to happen way too often. And they don't seem to do it if you're in front of them. If you're in front of them, they just drive into the back of it. And you think, well, it's blind, it's just following a path, but I'm not so sold on the idea. You should play the game, so yeah, you should, give it a go. There's a PC version if you want to like have slightly better visuals. And a chance of it crashing every 5 minutes. It's not very stable. Like, it's a weird thing, because it's better on the console than it is on a PC, and that always messes with my brain. Because to me, that should never happen. To me, if there's a PC version of a game, it should always be better. Especially at this point in time. I mean, this was the late 90s. I mean, like a Need for Speed 3 is just unequivocally better when it's on a PC than on the PlayStation. Yeah, the PlayStation version was a good effort. It was still a good game, but it was simply better when it was on the PC. Runs smoother, loads faster, looks better. Out of my way! Will you stop with this fucking weavy? And again, you said they don't do that if you're not normal. So I swear. But again, he just dived into a wall because I was known. So I do think the AI has probably not very well programmed, but some attempt at fucking you over in this game. But again, it seems so dumb where I almost wonder if it's like accidental, like it's actually trying to evade you or something, and it just isn't very good at doing it. You know, as if it's like, oh, there's a player, I'm going to move over, but then detects like an impending collision and so moves back the other way and gets stuck in a loop of doing it and ends up hitting things. And I mean, this is one of those where I get the feeling that if you ever, you know, saw the source code for this game, it would look pretty weird. Like the underlying workings of it would be quite strange. There is a fair bit of text in this game data that implies it renders quadrilaterals instead of triangles, which I don't know how you would be doing that on a PS1, but I kind of assume it's possible in some way that, you know, you could probably convert between quads and triangles in some manner. I mean, just render it as two triangles, right? It's not going to be very efficient, but I mean, the tracks look like they're made out of quads. You know, everything on them seems to be like square tiles. You know, sort of like a high-resolution Tomb Raider, almost. That last level kind of looked like Tomb Raider, actually. It's a shame. That would be great. You know, if this game ever got modding capabilities, that would be, I would make that as a mod. I would just put that level, and I would get rid of all the other racers, and I would just put Lara Croft in it. Like, she'd be trying to, like, you know, navigate the fucking Yucatan temples and you'd just have to try and run her over. That would be the goal. Just to run over Lara Croft. Make her a segmented model, so you know her arms and stuff come off. You know when you actually run her down, you know, just bits of her body come off, and like there to have that snap sound, like you know when you dive into like a solid floor, you go like, and they're like pathetic death noises. Ooh. I've just remembered that I said I would play that shitty fucking Tomb Raider game one day. I'm gonna have to, aren't I? Eventually, I'll get the Master System out long before I do that. That's probably gonna happen within the next couple of months. Junkyard W with the Carmageddon engine. I don't know if that ever ran anything other than Carmageddon. This engine, I don't know what this is called. Obviously got used for the Test Drive series, but it seems to be quite an oddball thing in its own right. Was it worth me going for the ultimate path here? It sort of looks like it, because I'm gurning on them pretty fast here. Whoa, 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 who put that fucking post there? Who put that pillar in the way? Bunch of jerks. I sort of wonder if coming off to the right and skipping that jump would be better. Get your wheels on the floor. Start gaining speed on the flat. My Jeep doesn't have a lot of speed, so I need all the speed I can get. Taking lines from memory at this point. And then I'll catch up with you in a moment. Okay, I think we want to be over to one side. Let's pick this side. Fuck. There's only a certain amount of steering I'm willing to do. What was the magic speed for these? That feels way too fast. Yeah, it is. Probably want to be closer to like 75, 80 over that. Because you need it to get the speed back for that second jump. You saw we came in a bit short there and that took speed off us. So it requires like a fair bit of forward planning. Okay, so that didn't feel too bad at that speed there. My line was bad, but jump kind of right. My tyres will be on and off here because I've got racing tyres on it. So when we're on the stern slabs, they should grip well, that's why I picked them. Whenever on sand, they're just not going to work. I want to keep it up here because I know if I go down there, it's much slower in this vehicle. It doesn't like it down there. But I want to stay out the side here, or do I want to go down the centre on this section? Might be worth going in the centre in this bit. Okay. 236. You think Build Engine could ever handle it? I made a kart racer in it. Back before I Core 2 like ate the hard drives. I had a game called Super Meme Kart that ran on Build. It was just a bunch of stupid meme faces driving like Mario Kart go-karts and throwing like just internet shit at each other. Don't even remember that mow your lawn thing that I did. That was actually the test for it. Shit, that's licensed music. That was actually that was the test bed for it, for rendering the go-karts and having like the controls for them and everything. That's why that was made. And that's the only surviving relic of it. Power. Oh fuck, we're gonna come unstuck here. Can I afford an engine? Because if I can afford an engine, I'm going to do it. Ah, stop being a pussy and just play it with unmodified. Just do it hardcore. Do it as hardcore as possible. I don't need your charity. So the tracks it struggles most, we'll just immediately put it in like super hard mode. I released Mow Your Lawn, Super Meme Cart, silly fucking machine at the hard drive before I could finish it. And I'm not doing it again. I sometimes toy with the idea of having a drivable vehicle in New version 2, but everywhere I sort of might have had one has got cut from the plans, so they're not likely to appear. So it'll have some sector vehicles, but they won't be drivable. Oh jeez, it slips around like crazy. My wheels are just spinning in place, I think. There is a magic angle here, something like that, almost, yes. Gotcha. Oh, fuck. So one thing with this style of game is trying to convey what the car's actually doing, because of course you see where it's facing, you don't feel like how it's fighting me doing it. Like, the car might look like it's going straight, and I might well have the analog stick, like, fall to one side. It's a shame I can't get one of them controller displays like the speedrunners have. I could probably make one. Just have a second camera just pointing at a bunch of LEDs on a panel that would show what I was pressing. Technically at that point I guess I would be using a modified controller, but hey, we're not speedrunning, so it's fine. That was indecision that did that to me. Couldn't make my mind up what I was doing. Yeah, NI2, the boss in it, like at the end, is probably going to be a big sector thing. Multiple sectors. I'm going to have plenty of other things moving around that in multiple sectors, with like some form of AI attached to them. In the traditional sense, as it will handle like Duke 3D AI. I don't really want to change the fundamentals of the game. Where's my water? There it is. Because I think people's mods now, they deviate way too far from what the game is. But if it was something like Super Meme Car, it would be alright, because it was trying to be something completely different. It's when they try passing it off as if it is like, you know, like that it isn't totally different. Shit like that fucking, what's that fucking Fortnite mod everyone plays for Duke 3D now? I can't remember the name of it. And everybody mentions it all the time, as if they've been paid to do it almost. You know, they're almost as parrot as Civvy fans, where they can't help but mention the fucking, look at that, they overtook me and then fucking slammed his brakes on the dickhead. You know, they can't help themselves everywhere they go, just mention him out of context for no fucking reason, it has nothing to do with anything, they're almost the same as that. They mention it so much that I forget the name. It's just what the fuck is, that's a clusterfuck. Like, anything like Duke 3D, and it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, Deeper Thoughts, alien fucking thingy, I was playing it there, and it's like, no one gives a fuck. Like, you know, nobody even plays that. The Duke community is such an insular little circle jerk. It has no clue about the world outside of itself. I've not even been horrible, because I like quite a few of these people and get along just fine with them, but they're so fucking clueless. You know, they really are. The amount of wasted hours on the shit that they make that no one's ever going to play. No one's ever going to fucking play it. And so I get that you've got to just make it for yourself only. I mean, it's what I do. I don't make my shit for other people. I make it because I want to play it and then just release it anyway. And then occasionally someone will mention it, nobody even plays it. It's like, well, I wonder fucking why. You made a level that's like, you know, 1 million fucking sectors and takes like 4 hours to beat for somebody who knows their way around it already. No one's going to play it. It's not worth their time. So it's not worth your time to put it in. And when it's like one fucking level or something, you feel obliged to continue with it. So it just becomes grueling. Release something like a bunch of small levels in an episode, you don't feel as pressured to do it. You know, this is why I do DOS episodes now, it's a big part of it, because it's like, well, I can just stop. You know, so I'll just get to the end of this level, and then I can quit. I can just fuck off, come back tomorrow, and it's fine. Jeez, terrible line through there. Well, if you noticed, I am racing with it completely unmodified now. Decide enough of the coddling of the upgrades, so I don't need upgrades. We'll just play it hard now. Until I get to New York, and then I'm probably going to put the modifications back on, because that track is not easy on this little Jeep at all. I don't feel my skills are at that level yet. Struggling up here, there's got to be a better line. Just keep abusing it, keep beating on it, it'll get up there. Perhaps Bill's original limits entice better creative. Generally, yeah. But there's people constantly asking, can't we extend the limits? Can't we extend the limits? Like, they've already been extended. They're already too big. No, like, don't extend them. But then I'm like, you know what, yeah, actually, I'm going to advocate doing it. I think the port authors should extend the limits again. They should make them, like, 8 times larger than they are now. So everybody goes off and makes shit for that. And then the only thing anyone's going to play is my stuff. I mean, this is the thing with that fucking alien fucking, whatever, like that fucking Deeper Thought guy has made. Like I say, I like the guy well enough, he's alright, I ain't got anything against him. I just think his mod's garbage. You know, it's like you actually look at like the download figures for New Inversion 1 that only works on fucking DOS. And we pretty much caught him up in the download figures, and so that tells me something. It tells me, you know, wait, you're working for a port that works on modern operating systems. You know, so everybody should have access to that. It's not like the game's hard to pirate. If people don't own it already. It's very easy to find. And yet, you know, you've got really, I mean, given it's been around longer, you'd think it would be ahead. And I caught it quite quickly. It's like, really? It tells me nobody's playing it. It tells me that there's like a bunch of niche people on MS-DOS equal the number of people playing your flashy new fucking thing. This is not very impressive. That proportionally tells me my mod did better, because it probably got close to 100% reach for like the actual potential player base. Isn't that a curious thought? But nobody plays E-Duke 32. Again, the only people who play E-Duke 32 are like, you know, just sort of the insular circle jerk that don't venture outside of that. People play it because they were told to by somebody in that community. And it's like, most players don't actually use that. Most of the people playing Duke 3D play it in a crappy commercial port. And it's garbage, but that's what most people will be using. They probably don't even know the thing exists, and if they do, they gloss over it, because as far as that thing never works. Which isn't wrong, it never does. I do find it fucking hilarious, though, how since I started posting, like, shit I've done with the engine there's been this major push by the EU tarts to like fix a bunch of problems, and several projects showing up trying to do similar things to me. And it's like, yeah, I think I might have scarred people to get off their ass a little bit more, you know. So it doesn't matter, because, you know, it's not very impressive, and you still require all that computational power to do it, and I'm doing it on a 30-year-old CPU in DOS, and getting better performance somehow. Well, I'm not that good at programming, so these people must be shite, you know. Is what that tells me. Wondered if I could get through though. It was worth testing. You got to try things. You never know what they like. And any line that has less steering in it is always better. Something I learned from F-Zero. This will be too slow, we'll land short. Nothing we can do about it. Some jumps you might be better braking and just rolling over them. All the tracks in this game can be played in reverse, so there's never a sheer drop off a jump. It's always a double-sided ramp, even if it doesn't look like it. The way surfaces work in this game are a bit weird. You can technically drive up a sheer surface if it's flagged to do it. And so if you know where they are, you can get around it. I mean, there's what really seems to be a dev shortcut in the New Orleans track, which is on the tracks I never got fast place with an unmodified Jeep in. And we pretty much have to use it in this thing. But I mean, it's not cheating, because it's there, it's in the game. You can drive on it. Is it a wall? Yeah, technically, but evidently it's not set up that way in the level, like data. It's classed as a drivable surface, however this game engine and the game logic determines that's what it thinks it is. Holes in the road though, I think hanging to the left there might actually be better. Because if it bumps and my wheels go off the floor, I'll lose more speed. Which way is quicker? One way around this is quicker than the other. It has a sharper turn to make up for it. If we line it right, not bad. Really bumpy though, and that's not good. Amazing to think that much of the trucks in this game are now in scrap. Oh yeah, well, they're long gone. And when they were like brand new back when I first played this. You know, these are like showroom models. Yeah. Can't let that cutscene play. Not that there's anything great in it. Shame I can't have the music on, because the music's kind of weird here. It's got all the licensed music, and some of it's like censored. And then you've got like some music that seems to be totally original to the game, that almost never plays. You know, it's almost like all the music stored in one folder and it was meant to be incidental. But it just gets picked up by whatever code is doing that. Oh man, we're getting rich. Check arcade mode, there are new tracks available. There's a new truck available. Yay, we're at Division 1 already. It really hasn't taken long. Well, I'm going to buy modifications in case I need them, but I mean, no one says we've got to use them right. So I think we'll have some of that, because we're going to need it. We'll have some of that, because we're going to need it. We've got all the tyres. I mean, should I buy more engines? Do I really need more engines? We'll buy some engines. We might as well buy, like, all the things, whether we need them or not. If you finish all the divisions, do you then get to the multiplication? No, you get to the addition of credits and that's about it. Isuzu have not made a vehicle in the USA in like 20 years probably. You don't see them here very much now. Like the Trooper used to be like really common in this country. My dad had a few of them. And yeah, they just sort of disappeared all of a sudden. You still see the odd Isuzu like truck, like a box truck, but not very much. Top speed. Oh well, we're fucked. We'll use modifications on this. Just see how fucking balmy it can go. Have some... Oh, I don't... hard shocks would have been great for this. And similarly, a lowering kit would have been great in here. You get the addition of all tracks and all upgrades if you beat all the divisions with fast place. Most popular truck out there? Oh, I don't know. For like pickups, you see a lot of Ford Rangers now, but pickups aren't common here. For box trucks and stuff, most of them are foreign, so you don't seem to see anything in particular, because we don't really have any industry left, so it's all import shit coming off the fucking boats. People sold their industries out years ago. Stop ramming me, for fuck's sake. Here, I'll do it to you. How do you like it? F-150 as well, I can get out of my way. Right. Yeah, Ford Ranger drivers have a bit of a reputation for being in the same league as like Audi drivers. They just shit at driving for whatever reason. The pickup itself looks fine. I'll glance at what's been written in a moment. Quite a concentration. Oh, my brain left-righted. My brain did the left-right thing. Fuck. I thought it was a left turn, it was a right turn. Too sharp a turn. It put me on two wheels, and without the transfer case, I'm going to get my power down doing that. That's how that works in this game. But that's why your lowering kit works good as well, because it just keeps your wheels like right close to the floor the whole time in this. There is a path to the left somewhere here. It goes nowhere. It's almost like they meant to have a shortcut that went through this hill here. I just see it there. But it doesn't go anywhere. There's just a wall there, and it's not breakable. I've tried. Back when I was practicing years ago on this to do like a totally unupgraded Jeep run. I just spent hours driving around the tracks exploring. No big diesel, you don't really see them so much, no. There probably is a diesel version. Audi drivers out here are 20-year-olds driving too fast. Most of them here are sort of 40-something, usually unwashed people. So they usually look really scruffy. Have expensive clothes, but expensive clothes that look like they belong to their overweight sister. I've heard like a caricature of these sorts of people, well, more for like YouTube car channels, but they're usually the same tier of people. Very particular look. They always look really unhealthy, as if they go around huffing the exhaust fumes all day or something. Probably an irony in that somewhere, considering I literally do go around huffing exhaust fumes, because my friend's 4x4 is a Shogun, and that has an exhaust leak, and I've been completely unsuccessful in finding it. Like, it definitely has one, but you can't find where it is. You're driving the thing around and just open the window, so much fucking diesel in here, man. Nordic Warrior. Commented from Night Shift. Well, yeah, howdy. I had the old Audi Quattros from the... Some of the old Audis were nice. The new ones I can't fucking stand. That goes for like new cars in general, but not generally been a fan of the shit that comes out of Germany. Like, I can't stand Volkswagens, I can't stand BMWs, hate Mercedes, all horrible to work on. Hated the VW Golf, hated the VW Polo. They used the same engine as some Audi or other. The cylinder heads on them used to crack on the petrol ones, and you know, you think, well, it must have overheated or something. Just the thing they used to do. The diesel ones used to smirk like fucking crazy, but I find that with German diesels anyway, they tend to smirk and burn a lot of oil. Don't know, they can't make a diesel, the Germans. I don't think they've ever made a good diesel. Eurocars Eurocars are just boring shit in general. I don't know that, like, American cars are any better per se, but American cars are at least cheaper than European cars on average, so when they break down you might at least be able to afford to fix them. Do I have... I don't have any of that. I could put those. Yeah, leave it modified for now. See a pristine patrol that parks up not far from the school I work for. The Chevy Ecotec engine's pretty shitty. Yeah, the British made some fun engines over the years. Some of them were pretty good though. Like, we used to have a two-stroke diesel that we used to use in trucks. I think it was diesel. TS3. Crazy thing, like 3 cylinders, but sort of opposing pistons, like 2 in each cylinder. Weird engine. It's pretty cool, actually. Surprisingly efficient fucking thing. I suppose the Americans had the Detroit. That was like a 2-stroke diesel. I like the noise the Detroit makes, especially if, you know, it's in a big truck with a fucking jerk brake on it. It's on there. Fucking hell, man. That's going to wake the whole neighbourhood, you know what I mean? Yeah, people forgot how to make things at some point. I think back end went out. Well, you say, why don't you go through there? But there's way more steering involved if I want to cut through the tree there. So you end up losing more than you gain. So you're actually better following the path, I feel, here. It's nice because there's all these little bumps where the tree roots would be, and it takes my back wheels off the floor and sort of messes up my ability to control it as well as I might. This fucking thing's should not be all the way out in Division 1, this Jeep. It just shouldn't. It's not supposed to. Like, I implore you to go and try this yourself. You know, you think this is easy, what I'm doing. You know, download an ISO of the game and give this a go. Chevy Eco, made in Europe. Oh well. Some view American diesels to be pretty interesting. They didn't get into diesels for cars, the Americans. It was one of the big makers. They made some, like, diesel for a car, and they basically used a block from, like, a petrol engine, like a gasoline engine, to do it. And obviously it's not really up to the tolerances you need for a diesel, so they used to break down, and I think that put the Americans off driving diesel cars. Diesels use DEF out there. It messes up diesels out here. People pour the DEF into fuel tank on accident, it ruins it. DEF. Not run into it. What does happen is the DPF, like the diesel particulate filter in the exhaust system, bungs up. Which I find weird because it never used to happen anywhere near as often as you see it happen now. And even on like older diesels that are equipped with one, it seems to happen way more often. And that really screws up the performance. Diesel exhaust fluid, it makes the emissions less, but I've never seen anyone using it. People put additives in to clean the system out. I don't think any of them work. Most of them seem to just predominantly be naphthalene, which I personally would be pouring that in a gasoline engine car and using it to boost my fuel octane. But, I mean, you'd have to tweak the engine to do it, so you'd have to measure it out very carefully to make sure you're always getting the same thing and adjust your engine accordingly, because otherwise you're just wasting your money. The shit's expensive. And I mean, when are you going to use it on a public road where there's a speed limit and traffic and, like, traffic lights and stop signs and shit? Egypt. Yeah, we'll keep the modifications on for now. Let's try fiddling with the suspension in here. But yeah, I've seen people put additives in, like, but I think they'd make the emissions worse because they're meant to clean the exhaust system and the cylinders out and the injectors and shit. Just what the fuck are you doing to it? That's gumming them up. We used to have red diesel, which wasn't meant for the public. It was only meant for like industry and agriculture and shit like that. And so if you got caught using it, they'd take your vehicle off you. There were ways to filter the red dye out of it, which were a bit hard to do. And you probably should have, because on smaller engines, whatever that red dye was, it used to gum up the injectors somewhat rotten. So you were just creating work for yourself. It really wasn't worth it. Because fucking with the injectors is never a fun job, and obviously most people don't know how to do it, and so they've got to pay someone else to do it who's probably going to overcharge them and probably make up jobs that didn't actually need doing just so they can, you know, rip the person off. Which, I mean, I actually think is that bad. It serves them right for being stupid and not knowing how to maintain a thing that they earn and rely on. So, geez, if I had to rely on a motor vehicle, you can sure as shit bet I would know how to fix every single thing on it. I would learn, because if it ever breaks when I need it, I want to fix it so I can use it. I rely on a bicycle so I can fix every single thing on the bicycle. And I could probably fix about 90% of stuff on a car just from having mechanical knowledge. If I owned one, I'd patch up that remaining 10% pretty damn quick. See, a lot of people ruin perfectly good cars because they don't know what they're doing, and then they won't listen to you when you tell them what's going on, you know, like, well, the oil light's come on. Yeah, it has. Well, I added more oil, and it's still on. Okay, well, now we're going to have to, like, did you check the level of the oil? Well, yeah, it said it was alright, but the light was on. So, well, then the problem obviously isn't the oil level, is it? It's probably the fucking oil filter. Oh no, I'll just put some more oil in. Like, you're going to bust the engine, you do realise that, right? Like, you can't just keep adding oil. Yeah, you know, I'll keep adding it and the light will go. It's like, no, you're overfilling it. Like, the problem's somewhere else. There's an oil pressure sensor that sets that light off. And so something is preventing the engine reaching the proper oil pressure to tip that switch light, you know, to turn the light off. So evidently there's some problem there. More often than not, like the oil filter. When did you last change the oil filter? Or what's that? Well, when was the last time you had it serviced? I don't know. Right, so it's probably the factory oil filter, it's probably fucking clogged, and that's why the engine's not getting oil pressure. Could it be the oil pump? Possibly. More likely, though, it probably is the oil filter is just gummed up. Change the oil filter, and the thing will probably be fine, but they won't do it. They just keep pouring oil in and then they end up destroying the engine. Oh, the rumbles got stuck on. Oh man, think of the fun I could have with that. Yeah, they don't listen. They say, oh, you're on about, you're a fucking idiot, you don't even drive. It's like, yeah, I don't drive by choice because I don't like having a massive financial liability that I can't gain anything from. Modern cars really freak out with dirty oil. A lot of soil noise with little filters. I'm not surprised. Modern cars are basically like if Sony made a motor vehicle where 90% of the R&D time went into finding ways to make them not fucking work. I'm going to refill my water. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, I do always find that pretty funny how people assume power. Oh, geez, we're going to be screwed in here. People assume because you don't drive, they think you can't, or that you don't know how a vehicle works. So, yeah, actually, I can probably I can drive better than you can, and probably I know more about how the vehicle works than you do. Like, I'm not limited to just driving cars. Like, I can drive trucks and, like, construction equipment and shit, and I have done this. I can drive a bus. You know, people assume I mustn't know how, because it doesn't say, hey, you might be surprised. Berts, I've worked on Berts. So you slap the, you think your car's expensive to fix. You slap the word marine on anything, and you can add like a bunch of zeros to the price, just whatever you feel like on the day. What's this? Oh, it's a fucking 400cc two-cylinder, like 4-stroke diesel engine. Oh, cool. How much is that going to cost? Well, we can get one from Asia. It might cost you like $250. Okay. Cool, what's that? Well, that's a 2-cylinder 400cc 4-stroke marine diesel engine. Well, how much is that going to cost? Oh, well, we can get you one from Asia for about $5,000. That's really? Okay, what's that? Well, it's a marine engine. She looks exactly the same as that other Yanmar, like, clone engine there. Yeah, but it's got a water pump on it. Yeah, like... And I've got the bolt holes, I could stick that on the other one, surely, like, you know, instead of like... I mean, that'd be a pretty small engine to be water-cooled anyway, but... Having said that, I mean, most outboards are like, you know, your 2-stroke gasoline outboards are like tiny little things, you know, 50cc or something, and a lot of them are water-cooled, aren't they? And I always liked that on, like, a lot of the Burt engines. There was a Burt I worked on where... it was twin engine, had two Parkins diesels, inline 6s, lovely sounding things. I really like the sound of a Burt with like a wet exhaust stack. It sounds fucking great. Like, you know, with they use water to cool the engine. They just pump it in from under the Burt through the engine and out in the same as the exhaust, and so it has this sort of gargle to it. It's really nice to listen to. Problem was they had these little asbestos filters on the inlet, and when you took it on like closed waterways like the becks and canals, you get this duckweed shit that grows in them. Wasn't a very deep draft on the boat, and it used to suck it up, and it had clogged the filter. So you'd be going along, and all of a sudden you'd see the temperature gauge just into the red. The engine would start making all sorts of banging noises. You'd get steam and this yellowy looking smoke coming out as it barns up compacted bits of duckweed that have got in there. And so you'd have to stop the damn thing. And so you can shut off, like, the cooling water. Like, you go down under the floor, like, in the engine compartment, and you're sat there in fucking bilge water, and bilge water's a special kind of water. Nothing smells like bilge water, and you will not get the smell out of yourself if you get it on you and your clothes for quite a long time. It never really comes out. There's a valve to shut off the water inlet. So you shut it off, like, well, I've got to take that filter. It's an inline filter, I've got to take that out. And then you realise that the filter is before the shut-off valve. So, well, the valve makes no difference then. You've got to take the thing off, but there's just a hole through the bottom of the boat that this tube's going through. It's like a fucking, like, 2-inch diameter tube going through the bottom of the whole of the boat there. And you think, oh, I've got to take it out. And, of course, as soon as you did, just water spilling up. You scare the shit out of people. And I was always, they're the same thread. I really should just swap them around. And somehow I never got round to swapping the valve and the filter around. And somebody told me you shouldn't do it, but I can't see why. Like, how's that going to make a difference? Is it something I don't know about? And, it used to frighten people a bit when you go down there and you start undoing things with a wrench and there's fucking water like coming out of it. The boat's going to sink. Yeah, it might do. Probably not. I mean, it's a fiberglass double-hulled boat. I think you'd have a hard time making it sink by adding water to it. And considering, where we're moored up, there's mud, like only maybe 6 inches, like, below the bottom of the boat there. And I think you'd just hit that before it ever sank. But whatever. Living in most towns in USA requires the USA is like a different system. Things are way farther apart and the infrastructure is just cars and nothing else. Average commute to work's like 30 minutes, whereas in the UK cities tend to be way more dense, and so you can get away with bicycles for, if just about everything you need within a city. Using a car's just slow. It just takes too long. And I don't like sitting in traffic. So it's why I use a bicycle. Because I'm not patient enough to spend, an hour sitting in traffic for something I can do in 15 minutes just by pedalling there or walking. I mean, UK cities, they like putting one-way systems in where the roads wrap back on themselves, and it's, well, I want to be over there, and there's a road that goes there, but that's a one-way that only exits onto the road that I'm on. But that doesn't apply to pedestrians. You can't get out of a car and walk with it. On a bicycle, you can get off the bicycle and just walk with the bicycle, and now technically you're a pedestrian. So you can just wheel it down their streets and cut like 2 or 3 miles off the journey and get back on the bike. And people look at you, they get really mad. The fucking drivers, they sit there leaning on the hook. You fucking dickhead! It's like, oh dearie me, it's not my problem. That sounds like a you problem. But then people jump to well, you hate cars, you hate drivers. Like, no, I don't. Actually, I really like cars. Quite a lot of the drivers are dickheads, but I really like cars. Cars are fucking brilliant, but they're brilliant in an environment where they work. You want to give me a racetrack or, give me, the massive interstates that you have in the US. They can travel, from one side of the country to the other. And I'm going to want a car, and I'm probably going to have a fucking great time. Give me a British city, and I don't want a car, because it's just a dreadful fucking experience to drive a car in a city in this country, unless you're trying to transport, a bunch of people or something large. You have a moped with a truck, an illegal one, yes. I'll build that myself. I had a tricycle with a diesel engine on it as well. That was pretty fun. I think a boat hitting the bed is considered sunk, even though the rest of the craft's still kind of. From a technical standpoint, you'd probably just say you'd run it aground. Boats get water in them all the time. It's normal. That's why they have bilge pumps on them. Water gets in there. It's fine. If you go on the big ships, then the deck goes underwater anyway. Like if you get yourself in a storm, like if you're on like a massive like oil tanker or something, then you know you're out in a storm there. You can't turn the thing around to escape the storm. Not a good idea to try, because the thing can't turn fast enough, and it can't go fast enough to outrun it. And so the stern, the ass end of the boat, isn't really built to deal with being pounded by the sea like that. The thing's probably just going to capsize or sink, and nothing else is going to be absolutely horrible to try keeping any control. So all you can really do is point the fucking thing into the storm and just keep going. But if those waves get really big, they will come up on the deck. You're up there on the fucking bridge, you're in the fucking wheelhouse way above, but it will get up there. And it will hit the windows, and it's like, you can't see the fucking ship out in front of you, because it's under the water somewhere. And it won't sink, unless your crew's stupid and they left a bunch of doors open somewhere. But as long as you close everything up like you're supposed to, it'll be alright. As long as it doesn't tip over, or like water doesn't start finding a way in huge volumes, it'll be perfectly fine. It's designed to do that. If lots of water gets in, obviously you've got a problem. A little bit will always get in. You always get a little bit going in. I feel that would probably be a terrifying experience for some people. Like, it's my idea of fun, I've got to be honest. Well, to me, that just seems like a fun thing to do. Let's just leave those on and see where it gets us. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Here we go. Never been on a submarine, I'm not sure I'd want to do that. English city. The thing with like English cities is they were generally all built before the motor car, so they're not really built for the motor car. You know, no matter how much they fiddle with the infrastructure to accommodate the motor car. Oh, my steering, I got no grip. Might lose this one. It is hard on this Jeep, this track. No matter how much they fiddle with it to accommodate the motor car, that's all it is. It's an attempt to accommodate the motor car in a system that wasn't built for it. The cities in the US are a lot newer than ours, you know, by centuries generally. And a lot of them were still being built, or only built after the motor car came around. So you got to design things around that being people's mode of transport. So it probably does work a lot better though. You know, all our roads were built for donkeys and carts, 1100 yards or something. Oh no, it's the next one that I've got a hang left on, isn't it, I think? Yeah, it is. I don't think I'm going to catch that T-Rex, especially not if that's happening to me. Back end overtook the front of it. Put the speed as best I can, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, it is, because he's fucking bashing into the walls back there. Shallow water sub with large windows would be cool. Maybe. And there's boats that have glass bottoms in them though. So that's kind of the opposite, I guess. Now I would definitely start messing about. If you let me on one of those, I would go away and check the strength of that glass. Assume it's got to be quite strong. And probably start, like, you know, perking it or something to send everybody running in fear. Like, how strong do you think that glass is? I mean, the water must surely be trying to push through it the whole time. So it's got to be fairly strong. Tibet. Why don't they just call this level China? Like, wouldn't that make more sense? I used to say that to a guy I know, and it used to really annoy him. Like, I just said that every country, you know, just like, it didn't matter what it was, I would sort of look at the history of it. You know, it's like, well, in Mexico, it's like, why don't they just call that Spain? I mean, like, because it's not! It's like, yeah, but I mean, it's like, they speak kind of Spanish, right? I remember I used to wind him up by he used to talk about, like, you know, just random countries quite a lot, and I used to annoy him because he would go, in Portugal. I'm like, you mean Portugal? And I'd always pronounce it like I wouldn't have a ch in there, you know, I'd just pronounce the T, and it's like, stop making fun of them. I'm like, you know, given it's a Latin language they speak, I'm quite sure they'd probably pronounce it that way. And why'd you bother going there anyway? Isn't it just like Spain? You went to Spain, so why'd you bother going there? You know, and, yeah, I've like known people who actually come from this place and they're like, that's the way they say it for a start. And I go, oh yeah, I've been to Spain. Yeah, what do you think of it? Well, it wasn't much point, it wasn't much different. It's like, yeah, it's sort of like an English person going to, like, Scotland or something then, where it's neat to see it, but it's not like, you know, going to a vastly different country then. Yeah, basically. But he insisted, he was like, no, they're completely different. Well, yeah, they're not going to be, like, the same, obviously, but they're next door neighbours, you know, so they're going to be, like, quite similar. Just in, like, geography and, like, the genetic makeup of the people and the culture and everything is bound to have a lot of similarities because they're very old countries that are right next door to each other. So they'll have a lot of shared history. But he wouldn't have it. It used to piss him off. And that's why I used to do it. Like I've said before, when I start ragging on the French and stuff, you know, it's like, well, you know, realistically, I don't see that much difference. Like, there is definitely a difference between, like, the French and the English, but sort of in the grand scheme of things, like, on the world stage, not that different. You know, you put, say, like, an Englishman and a Frenchman next to each other, and then you put, like, some guy from Rhodesia and some guy from South Africa next to each other. You know, you're going to be able to tell, like, well, those two guys there, they're sort of the Northwestern Europeans, and they're sort of the Southern African people. But then you'll have a bit of a harder time telling them apart if you don't get them to speak or anything. You're just watching them in silence. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I can get the vague region. But I know those two and those two are definitely different to each other, you know? Yeah, he wouldn't have it. Like, people just, like, yeah, they aren't similar at all. Like, you know, according to... He is kind of a commie, so, you know, it's like, I figure he has a pretty weird view of the world. He's fun to annoy, though. He is real fun to annoy. I don't see him around very much now. I think I maybe pissed him off a bit too much. It don't matter. This level's difficult. This is like one of the undefeated levels with this Jeep. So I'm probably going to go a bit quiet here. pull something out. Well, now something ought to pull out, if you know what I mean. I'll whip it out. Oh, there, he's already past me. Looking backwards, he's sailing on by. Oh! Oh, where am I? Oh, this isn't far. Did I fall out of bounds? What the heck? Oh, that's burgers. I've never done this before. Well, a lot of fucking good days to me. I got stuck in a fucking wall. Well, this race is done. Oh, pull out something special, he says. Oh, come on, I want a do-over. That's garbage. If I finish anything but 5th now, it'll be a miracle. But that's the thing. Notice he's stuck in a wall, and there's a theory I think I said when I played this in the past. And I sort of wonder, is sometimes you would be better. Like, if you just want fast place, would you be better sometimes holding back and, you know, just basically letting the eye wig out and then just gunning for it? Like, and in some cases I wonder if that might not be a bad strategy. We're never going to win this, we're too far behind after the game decided to stick me in a fucking wall, which I've never seen it done before. Yeah, whatever. So, I mean, somehow we're in 2nd. Well, this might be a test for that strategy, but I think the fast players car always just goes for it no matter what, so that's probably the best we're going to do. I hope you didn't want the headlights to work, because I'm showing no sympathy to this thing. Okay, here we go. Let's make up any ground that we can. At this point, it's not about getting fast place, because you'll never do it. It's just about getting as short a gap between us and the next car as we can muster. I want to try and stick to where the tarmac's exposed. It's going to give us the best shot that we've got. Oh shit, there we go. There are other shortcuts, I think, dotted about the level. Don't necessarily remember where they are. I know there's one right next to a snow player in one of these zones. Snow players, you always hear them starting up when you pass them for some reason. Very few ambient sound effects in this game, so it sort of sticks out when they have one in. Is it? Yeah, there we go. That lad does a lot of speed. Obviously, Alan knows we got 2nd. Fast place car knows all the shortcuts. Routes they take are actually a little bit random, but it doesn't seem to lapse in the processing too much this game when things are off screen. Well, we're less than 10 seconds behind, so they do seem to hold back a bit. I still want a do-over though. That was bullshit. I've never seen a vehicle get stuck in a wall like that in this game. It's usually quite reliable on that side of things. I set a new record. I should have won that, man. What a con. I'll come back to read it. Can I buy any more modifications yet? I mean, we're still using them all for now. Fucking warm in here, man. Except that. I don't think I ever used that. I have that though. Might as well have those. Yeah, go for it. don't think I can afford anything else. It's only the roll cage anyway. Fuck the roll cage, I don't need that shit. Yeah, I'll do the... I'll advance to the next cup and then I'll come back and I'll do cup 2 again. Should review the long drive. For some reason I find it fascinating. Maybe. Thing is, it means sitting and playing it again, and I'm not sure I want to do that. Like, the last update it got, like... I don't know, it just didn't feel it anymore. Maybe someday I will. Could be fun. Yosemite. Let's put, you know, fuck it, let's do it the hard way. Got to reassert myself after what happened there. I still remember the early streams you made of this game. Well, the gamma was so low, the night stage were almost just black screen. Yeah, they were for me as well. But the colour carrier was certainly... Or it was probably the delay line. Let me see if I can make it happen here. Because it looked uncannily like that was trying to happen. Like as if the signal timing was off. It looked like halfway between those two. I do still wonder what the old mods for PlayStations were doing to make this work without mods or external hardware, like to that circuitry. They probably just prevented the chip from the GPU from switching over. Because on this, all the logic signals for the video encoder come from what I would describe as a GPU, but I'm not an expert in the architecture of the PlayStation, so it's probably the wrong term to use. And it switches a bunch of signals over when a game boots into NTSC mode. I know how to mod it. I can mod it with a couple of resistors and get it to work, but... You know, these Sony people are using all these parts and you really don't need them. You can use a very Sega-ish method to fix it. But when I mod it, I probably will just give it a proper NTSC color clock. Because I will just mod the console eventually. But yeah, I think they probably were running it on the wrong color clock, whatever they were doing. Obviously it wasn't going to be changing the filter circuitry or the delay lines or anything. I can screw the colour up more, I guess. I can do it like that. It's not terrible, but we now have the filtering for things is now set for PAL mode. Geometry error back there. It's worse in the PC version, I think. In the PC version, the headlights don't follow your car, I remember that. That's pretty fucking shitty. I don't think it does that on all video cards, but good luck finding one where it doesn't. I think that Trident blade was about the only thing I found that didn't have that problem. But the Trident blade is too slow for this to really be playable. I really like that card, you know, I don't like GPUs very much, but I like the Trident blade. It's a shitty little thing, but it was always supposed to be a shitty little thing. Oh, it was designed to be cheap, but it does its job well. Not a big performer, but it works with everything I've ever thrown at it. This second place shit, this won't do. Come on, little Jeep, faster. I need everything you've got, and I know it's not much, but I need it. I need all of it, and I need it now. I can hear them coming up behind me. I don't need this shit now. Put on more speed, more power, everything. Need every last drop. I'm not gonna do it. Oh shit. The bastards. Luckily on the Wii, all consoles can output all major video standards. The PS2 can. PS2 just generates clocks and shit from wherever. But on the PS2 you started seeing like games that gave you the option. On the Dreamcast you had games that gave you the option, but the Dreamcast's a bit weird because I think when you set NTSC mode on that, generally what you're setting is PAL 60. But if you jumper it, the hardware inside it for NTSC, then the game just assumes like NTSC and it outputs PAL 60 anyway, which is a bit of an odd one. Finishing my cigarette before I go in here, because this is the toughest track in the game. But yeah, pretty much everything with wired this, it comes from fiddling with Sega consoles. On the Mega Drive, you used to have to introduce your own clock, because it's derived from the Master Crystal, and it's different between the PAL and NTSC units. Like, they're both 53 megahertz, but they're a different, like, fraction of it. And I think the divider, like, that it's using is different, like, it's set differently. Well, I think jumpering it changes that anyway, from what I remember. But there used to be a few ways you could do it on the Sega. And different people liked using different methods of doing it, like varying amounts of hardware. Okay, well, we're going to modify it in here, and I think the best we're going to be able to do is the turbo, because there's no way we can really get much speed. And whatever tyres we put on are going to be wrong anyways. Let's see what we can do. Let's see where we can get with this. I still have that Nintendo Wii. I still haven't got around to messing with that. I really need to try Mario Galaxy out someday. I just feel like such a fucking loser with a Nintendo Wii though. It's like, jeez man, I don't want to be seen with this thing. What will people think? Oh, you know, they'll start thinking I like Pokemon or something. Can't have people thinking that. I hate Pokemons. Awful things, they all want exterminated. They're invasive vermin from Japan, you know. Oh, this track just shows you no mercy. At all. And I don't remember the layout of it, I don't remember where anything is. I know following the arrows off the sides is a mistake, because the image it puts in your head is never how the layout actually is. So all I've got to go on here is some dusty old memory from years ago. Which is probably a mirror image of what I'm trying to do. It's worked so far. Maybe not to the best that it could. He's catching me up and he's catching me quickly. I think we need to stick left now. Yeah, we do. Alright, setting this up is hard, isn't it? Out of my way, you fucker. Oh, come on. You wondered what the fuck I was doing there, didn't you? Just reversing into out of bounds. That's that little developer shortcut that I was on about. Well, that wall is actually a drivable surface for whatever fucking reason. Shit, he's been stupid. Take advantage of it. Take full advantage of it like a drunk teenage girl on a Saturday night. Just go full force. No one will know. She won't remember in the morning. Right. Come on, go. That was awful, I apologise. Look, I'm more likely to do that to some, like, 45-year-old, like, hooker, so... Not that I think that's really any better. The only consolation is that I might catch a disease as karma. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Doesn't count because it's modified. As far as I know, there wasn't really mainline Perkmon games on the home console. No, Perkmon likes being on handhelds. But I think Nintendo people just inherently reek of people who would play handheld shit. And the only console manufacturer that could ever make a good handheld was Sega. So, of course, they stopped making them. Everybody loves the Atari Lynx all of a sudden, I've noticed. These last couple of years, I'm guessing somebody found an unsold stock of them. Or had a collection of them they wanted to sell. Right, I'm having my do-over on this. I said I was having. Let's put it as that. We will modify it in here for now. Yeah, I can't stand Nintendo handhelds. Fucking e-books, man. I can't believe how underpowered they are. Like, it took Nintendo almost 10 years to get a colour screen after Sega had one. Even Atari had one before Nintendo. It's like, you know, when Atari's beating you at something, you know you're doing something wrong. Because Atari shit was always primitive ass backwards garbage. The only... dickheads. The only good thing Atari ever made was the Jaguar controller. I love the Jaguar controller. That thing feels real nice in the hand. You could have done with a proper, like, ball rocking two-lar D-pad, but, well, you can't have it all. I like the original Amiga CD32 controller, but you almost never see those. I still have one of them, and I'd like to adapt it to work on a PC, but fuck me, the signaling on them's really complicated. You know, you look at it and you think, oh, that probably just uses like multiplexing like a Sega controller. It has like the same connector on it. Completely fucking different. It's all sorts of weird signals come out of that. So, sheesh, man, I would need quite a complicated circuit to get that to work on a PC. So, you know, where I'd almost be tempted to use a microcontroller to do it. I won't, because I'm, like, stubborn and caveman brained. That was a rip-off, and everybody knows it was a rip-off when it comes to electronics, but I can see why somebody would use a microcontroller in that situation. It is insisted on spinning its back end here. There's nothing I can do about it. You know, I feel totally conned. I'm having a do-over. Ever play E.T. on Atari? I'm sure I tried it at some point, but I can't stand sitting and playing the Atari VCS. Like, there's just... You know, I hate to say it, but there really is just no fucking reason to play that console anymore. Like, it's worth having around as like a technical novelty that you bring out once a year and look at it like, oh, isn't that quaint? And it still works. And then put it away and forget about it again. I should probably sell mine because it's a 6-switch. You don't really see those in this country. I think they've all sort of gone away for some reason. Somebody's probably hoarding them all. And so I should fucking... just drive into me, why don't you? So I should probably sell mine at a really low price just to fuck up the potential market for them. I am the sort of person who does things like that because they're all just fucking conning you with what they want for them anyway. So I don't feel bad. Like, the used console market is all just a scam, really. One I benefited from by, like, selling, like, you know, old consoles to pay for a synthesizer, but just cannot get any grip. And they're coming up behind me. I gotta move. Just hit me. Oh, fuck off. I mean, even the AI is struggling big time in here. It's not just me. I think being close to them somehow makes the physics worse. It's like the physics system has a limit and starts getting sloppy when it has too much work to do. No, the power brakes aren't a bad thing to use on this course if you're using modifications, because they pretty much just unconditionally stop your car. Okay, I'm going to go slightly slower on this jump here and take the lower path and just let it slide around. Most dangerous track. Well, you see, the unused Mount McKinley track in the PC version is more dangerous. That track's huge. It's a shame they didn't use it, because it's really fun. Can't find any trace of it in the data for the PlayStation version. But like I say, I like what this game does, because it's not a realistic 4x4 racer, but it kind of just embraces that, I think, with how it handles and everything. It just doesn't care to be realistic. You know what? I would put those on in there. Maybe not the best decision, but yeah, we'll put those. Maybe that'll work. I don't think it really matters too much in here. Let's put it on soft. It's not the best configuration, but whatever. The Atari 7800, I break that out every now and then, just because it was my first console, the 7800, so the thing's awful. But it's just sort of folly nostalgia reasons that I will get that out. And I still have an Atari Jaguar, but I never play on that thing. I don't even have any games for it. I would sell it, but it was the donor unit for Jaguars that I sold. Because I used to have like a collection of Atari Jaguars that I bought purely to sell. That's the only reason I ever owned them. You know, I've explained before that this is why I own a Prophet 5. You know, it's a synthesizer that cost thousands to buy, and I wanted one. I always wanted one. I said, how am I going to get one? I'm never going to have that sort of money. I had to get that sort of money somehow. So better using something that I know and understand. And I understand games consoles and I know how to fix them, so how about I exploit that? So PS2s, the fat-ass PS2s, the laser assembly in them, the little tooth on the worm gear used to bend upwards or wire off, and then you couldn't move the laser to read the discs anymore. Very easy to fix. And so I got a place that made stickers to make me some fake warranty stickers. Bought PlayStation 2s that were broken, and you know, they used to cost about £5 a go to get a broken PlayStation 2, and it was still current gen at the time. Fix it, fake warranty label, 50 quid in-store credit minimum, trading it in at GameStation. They'd only take them if they had a warranty sticker intact, which of course it did, as far as they could see. And yeah, you know, it was, well, what can I buy with it? Atari Jaguar is like, what, £40 in-store credit? Oh yeah, I'll buy one of those. And plus I'd heard, you know, they were prone to breaking down, and as well, I could probably fix it. You know, probably keep them going. Sell them later. Because, I mean, who's going to bother keeping a Jaguar? And if they fail, then the numbers of them are going to dwindle. That'll knock the price up. And so, yeah, years later, put them up for sale. You know, about £480 each was the going rate. And I sold a fair few of mine cheaper, which some people weren't very happy about because it apparently devalued bars to some extent, especially as the number known to exist had suddenly increased. It's all tough, you know, I want to buy something, and I'm going to sell these now, it's what I owned them for. Game is shut down, yeah. Game Station. I liked the old Game Station because the bloke in the shop was in on it. He knew what I was doing, and he just didn't care. It was like this proper metalhead looking bloke. It was all like tattoos and his goatee and just like piercings everywhere. And I always found those were always the most friendly ones, like in those places. It was always the fucking like rough metalhead looking bloke who was really friendly. Because it was the same in the music shop. You know, the shop that sold all the musical instruments and everything. There was a bloke like that in there. He was real friendly. He just encouraged you when you went in, like, well, go on, turn the volume up then. Go on, do it. You'd just shit-talk each other back and forth. Because he played the guitar, I'd play a keyboard, and so, you know, you'd just shit-talk each other about it. In the music shop one time, the dude actually went off and got a bunch of MIDI splitters and cables. We just wired a bunch of synths together. Just with this massive drone in the shop. So he was quite happy to encourage us. Oh, I want to try it now. So you're telling me if you play that note on just one of those, it will play on all of them at once? Well, yeah, if we wire it up like that. So what did you say that was? A MIDI splitter? Yes. And it's a DIN cable. Yes. Let me go and have a look at some. You don't get shops like that anymore. And like I say, the Game Station was much the same, you know. He'd be like, hey, I got some consoles in to test. Want to help me test them? Yeah, we'll just hook them up on the counter. Come on, let's test them out. I've got a Mega Drive in. Let's test it. Let's see if it works. Well, I think we've tested it enough. How about we put Streets of Rage on for a bit? That'll test it. Yeah, we've got to test that, like, right to the end of the game, you know. You want to make sure it doesn't, like, work for, like, you know, a while and then just, like, switch off or something, haven't you? Game, I always felt they were a bit snobby, the people in there. They weren't so friendly, the staff in there. Weren't as knowledgeable either. I mean, Game Station went the same way. The one here, they moved premises and they redid the shop, fired all the staff, hired new staff that they figured were more presentable, more approachable, I think was the wording they used. And they didn't know the first thing about video games or anything. Just not very friendly people. Like, try retarding something or try informing them, like, hey, your pricing's wrong, that's not what the label says, and they get pretty pissy with you. So I stopped going in. CEX was always crap, and I'm not allowed in there, so whatever. Let's see if this do-over works out. Where's my special secret hole that I know about? Oh yeah, there it is. There's the glory hole. In we go. Yes. Oh, bad cornering. This thing doesn't centre out properly. It's halfway the game's bizarre handling model and halfway my controller. Yeah, I'll give Land of the Babes another try in my own time. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to handle the controls in that. I just can't control the damn thing. Like, it's really just a struggle to even move around. And even then I don't know how far I'd get, because I hit a soft lock when I was testing it. I hit a soft lock and I don't have much tolerance for that sort of thing. Oh shit, no! It's the problem with putting a lift kit on. It makes my top-heavy vehicle more top-heavier than it already was. Oh, power. What power? I don't have any power. There is none in this. Like, I have barely got control of this vehicle in here. This course is just brutal on this thing. You can go around that jump, but it's actually slower. How far ahead am I? Not very. For all that I've done, and they're still right behind me. They're only like a couple of corners away. Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do with this game now, and that is do the World Cup. Still on a modified Jeep. I don't want my money going to Blink 182's record label. If it was Diesel Boy's music, maybe. Don't mind him earning a couple of cents. I enjoyed his music when I was like a teenager or whatever, but I had a lesson. Blink 182, it's garbage. They're not earning cents off of me. Let me roll a cigarette. The World Tour is like 6 races. No new tracks. But it's 6 races. Yeah, I think I can do it. I think I can get good enough at this again to someday come back and do it with a completely unmodified Jeep, but have to get fast in all of the races. And I might not do it on a live stream. I might pre-record it, because it probably would require multiple attempts, and I don't want to be playing the same game over and over and over again on a stream. I don't think it's too enjoyable. I mean, driving games in general aren't the best thing to stream, really. I enjoy them. And like I said, I needed something easier to do. Because I'm just in the process of recovery from all the moving shit about. I'm feeling better than I thought I would. I thought it would take longer than it is. So I might not have to take next week off like I thought I would. But we'll see. I will have to record something at some point. And I'm torn between like a few things, but dedicated game stalls are very much dead around here. The entire high street's very much dead around here. I think the only things you see now are money laundering, kebab shops and barbers. And you can guess who runs those. If I tried to run a business on that model, you could guarantee the government would come and shut it down. But I guess they're too busy leeching taxes off me already for me to even be able to start a fucking business. Governments and government contractors are by definition parasitic. They are parasites. There's no benefit to them being there. They don't do anything that helps you. And they just sit there and thieve money and resources off you without you being asked. I mean, when I say about, these idiots coming round and not even doing the fucking electrical inspection they told me they're going to do, put me through all that fucking shit. That I pay for, I don't get a choice in that. And as well, just stop paying taxes. Yeah, the thing is, my taxes get deducted from my payment before I ever see the payment, so I don't have a choice. I'm getting, shafted for 4 figures. No matter what, I don't have the option to just not pay it. So it's like, well, that basically is just like a mosquito sucking the blood out of you at that point. And if I started, tried to start a business, it would only be worse. Where's this fucking what? This fucking dumb bullshit fucking economy. garbage. Absolute garbage. And I don't want to partake in it. You know, I don't want to prop this up more than I already am. I was never asked about this shit. You get the line good here, you can actually get quite a bit of speed in this bit. I'm starting to get a feel for how it throws its back end out again. And it's really important to get that down. Yeah, we really can't afford to fuck about now. Yeah, when I do the unmodded Jeep run of it, which I don't know when it'll be, I might pre-record it instead of streaming it. Maybe do it as a premiere, like one of those things where it handles like a stream, but it's a pre-recorded video. I think I can do that on this channel. Just for fun, I don't expect anyone to actually watch it. Like, let's put hard. My suspension's fucking hard, bruv. Yeah, you got to look hard, you got to look hard, like. Don't be going up Birkenhead starting trouble. You get your head kicked in up there. You know, they figure the Scouse accent comes from people having colds, like from being on the boats and stuff. This it kind of would make sense. Yeah, this is one of those, it was a completely black screen levels, isn't it? I mean, there's no false advertising, it's called the Black Forest. Formerly, the Great European Forest used to stretch across most of Europe in the distant past. Cannot defeat that corner. I'll get it eventually, but... How did you put that cigarette out? There we go. The only thing, I wish I could play this with music. Okay, yeah, we're in reverse, aren't we? Brain keeps left-righting on me. It's always going to do it. It's never going to go away. Oh, we got that corner good though. That was perfect. And this one you don't have to brake for. Yeah, and then it's the statue and the forest. Yeah. Okay, got it. Black Forest, you know, it's something I wouldn't mind seeing if Germany wasn't so fucking full of socialists. Going on holiday to Denmark next year. That's something I thought about. Maybe. Not sure yet. Could happen. I haven't been on holiday anywhere in fucking years. I just haven't had the time. Even though I don't usually bother leaving my own country, you know. I live in Yorkshire, in England. It's a beautiful place, so I don't have much reason to leave. Not sure if pawn shops still accept video games. I don't know. I don't go in them. Like, unless I'm flogging like jewellery or something. Black Forest softener flavour for confectionery. I'm not sure about it. I don't remember seeing that, but it seems like something that brand something with. You never know what it really is. 3,000. Tibet. Always bet on Tibet. Well, I mean, this is much the same, isn't it? like much the same configuration. Yeah, let's leave the lowering kit on. Hey, look, it's the game's like case graphic, unless you've got the UK version and it's different. It's called 4x4 World Trophy in its UK release, which is only on the PlayStation. I don't think the PC version had a release in the UK. And apparently it exists on one of Nintendo's gay little handheld things. So I dread to think how awful that is. You know, the colour's messed up, I've just realised. That's better. Oh! Damn it! Safe to say the video encoder contraption seems to work at this point though, I think. Did he? Look at him, he fucking got in front of me. Bounced me back down the hill. Really don't need this in the world tour. I've really got to fucking pull it out now. Luckily the Jeep is modified. It gives it a bit of an edge over what I'll have to contend with eventually, but let's take a broader line there. What's exiting here is the tricky bit. Out of my way, military Hummer. I've got places to be. Oh, fucking messed up my line. And the thing is, this is where all my advantage comes in, is in this bit of the track. Once we're out of here, I'm disadvantaged the whole fucking way. Because it's all climbs and jumps. That T-Rex can do over 100 miles an hour. My Jeep can't. Even with the modifications, it can just barely get there. Like, on a good, like, straightaway. Over this shit, you're never going to see that speed. What I'll do, once I've done this, I will do a run on this with the T-Rex, which I might not be able to control, because I've not played the game in so long, and it handles vastly different to the Jeep, but we'll give it a go. And then because the game's only a couple hours, I might put something else on for a little while, I don't know. Like, I might be able to hold level with him just about, but I don't think I'm going to be able to overtake him. Because it's all uphill and shit from here. Look at how he just rockets up there, man. I've got no answer to it in this. I'm taking this line just to try... Oh, fuck. Just to try and avoid collision at this point. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, that's done it. Come on, off the wall. There's only so much you can do. We got close. Need to get back at playing 2600 games. They're fucking 2600, man. And a military hobby shit at racing. Given you got all that armour and bullet... Yeah, probably. The card be like, I have to count the modifications. Yeah, I don't think much would be the shape it was when it left the factory anymore, after the way it's been driven. But I think it'll be just as bad like driving an unmodified one in the way that we intend to drive it. Egypt. Okay. What do we want in here? Well, certainly not that. Leave that as is. And put our balmy tyre configuration on. Yeah, no, the 2600. I had a dream that I was playing the Atari 2600 the other night. I dreamt I was playing like some random haunted house game on it. You know, I was like, fuck me. Like, I wouldn't ever sit and play that. I really don't like the 2600. I do honestly think it's garbage. I think it was garbage when it came out, and I think it's garbage now. I need to get that flash cartridge for that in television. because it is better than the Atari by a long way. You know, well, let's try a different route. Yeah, we're just in the world tour. Now's the time to fuck about and experiment. Well, it actually is, because it is just practice to do it. Fucker drove in the back of me, really nice. Yeah, fucker blocks me, really nice. Just punch down while I do it. Yeah, Jesus, like trying to run a YouTube channel or use a fucking forum. I've really got to find a way to get back at people who like do the whole punching down thing on the internet. Oh yeah, just drive into me, just drive into me again, just play soccer with my car, why don't you? Thing is, you think you're big and tough while you're behind the wheel of your fucking shit wagon. When the race is over, you have to stop. And I will be there. And I will drag you out of the thing. And I will kick your ass. So I wouldn't fucking do that to me if I was you. I'd drive like a bat out of hell. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. We'll keep the speed on while we still can, because we're not going to have that at our disposal at the end of this course. Come on, Jeep. Everything, I need everything, come on. Oh, no, not here, not here. Okay. Yeah, let him knock the box out. Best landing, but it's what we've got to work with. All about the line you take. Oh no, don't slip out on me now. I need speed here because I've got a big steep climb. Come on, you little bastard. I like it because I like quick games, giving me the chance to get goodish at it. Most systems for quick games. Well, the games on that aren't very long. I've got a Master System game planned, like within the next couple of months. Like I will be streaming the Master System somewhere within the next couple of months. I mean, that's something that still baffles me, is that the whole thing with the NES been like such a big deal. It's like, you know, you go back a few years, like really before like that James Rolfe dickhead showed up, and nobody really talked about the NES. It was seen as like a bit of a jerk, that whole era was. It was like a necessary stepping stone that had to happen. But it was like the 16-bit, it was like, you know, that was the golden era. Fuck the NES and everything, that was way too rough. There's no point in messing with that anymore. And then James Rolfe showed up and goes, hey, all these NES games are shit. And suddenly, like, that's what everybody wants. So what the heck? What happened here? What the hell went wrong? You know? Can't stand that fucking thing. In all fairness, there are a couple of decent games in the NES library, but the console's horrible. Most of the games on it are horrible, and the controllers on it are horrible. Nintendo never really did figure out how to make a good controller, did they? And then by the time we get to the 7th generation, they decided they'd invent new ways of making it worse. Yeah, we're never going to get fast in here, even if we do this. Like, we would have to do this so perfect to get fast. But this is going to be one of those make or break tracks when I start trying to do an unmodified run of this. I mean, you can see doing this with modifications on the Jeep as best we can, and it's still not really enough. But I'm sure it can be done. I'm sure it's possible. It's just very, very taxing to get it to happen. Okay. As much speed as you can while you can, but look how long it takes to get up to 100. And that is its absolute upper limit. There's nothing more to give past that, and that's with the speed package. With the normal engine, its top speed is 85. Against vehicles that can, in Division 1, even in the World Cup, all of them, to do over 100 without breaking a sweat. Oh shit, no, it's not that bit. It's here, isn't it, I think? No, wrong way. Shit, I don't know how I recovered from that. Hang on, just hang on. So close now, I misread it, come on. Off you go, Jeep. Gnarly that. Struggling to keep control. Seems it was like driving on a fucking ice rink. I've driven a remote control car on an ice rink, never a full scale one. I'd like to. Driven one on a frozen parking lot. I guess that's the next best thing. Okay, this is going to suck. Because you know that speed deficit we have, well, this is where that's really going to come into play. Parts of the city though aren't so bad because of the thing's agility. But out here, like, it's a straight with hazards. And every time you hit hazard, it loses speed. And the speed's already lacking. So you've got to take such a good line here. So you go like 1 mile an hour when you're on the flat. It just doesn't have it in it. And all the time you have monsters trying to catch you. Still need to work on a Game Boy Advance that needs a new LCD. Haven't got the coins for a modern replacement. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to fix my coin situation. I should be about there. This time of year I have a lot of bills go out, but they should be all gone now, so I should be on track, hopefully within a few days. So here it is, the big bastard, fucking New Orleans. Do you know, one of the first wet dreams I ever had was in a place that looked a lot like this track, like, you know, it was in some random wooden shack in like this really swampy looking place. Honestly, if the place exists that was in the dream, I don't know where it would be. Transfer case, I think that's the best configuration I can come up with. The chance of getting... I mean, we've done fast in New York a couple of times here, but obviously with a modified Jeep. Unmodified. Can we do it? I don't know. Not today, I don't think. Okay. Well, we're not going to win, but we'll do what we can. Fuck. Damn it. Don't like being here, we're right in the middle of the fucking pack. So everybody's going to drive into me. Interesting, you can straddle that and it still doesn't do you in from the water. That's worth remembering. Oh, fuck. That was nasty. Shit like that. I'm going in the water because he's probably going to break at the top of the ramp. And as we've seen, if I so much as touch his truck, I just get launched. I've got the machine I'm driving, it doesn't have the weight behind it, doesn't have the mass that that thing has. Yeah, this, setting this up, you got no chance, I got no grip. Get out of my way. You're just hogging the fucking road, get out of it. Like, I have no steering when I'm on them planks. Like, none at all. Cannot steer. Very little out here, but on that wood, it just goes where it wants to go. I have no control over it. The track's pretty much over. I ain't gonna catch him. Last track in the game, it wants to be difficult, but jeez, man. No mercy, that's all. Stupid tree. Someone should have cut that one down before the race. I can hear them catching up. Everything I have. Bastards, they bullied me. Still need to work the computer truck being stuck like that only for you to crash into makes it look like it. It does though. Like we see them do it where they just drive into a wall and then block you off, and they don't seem to do it if you're ahead of them. So it makes you wonder if it's deliberate or it's some sort of evasive thing that doesn't work properly. Like the AI seems so stupid in it that I find it hard to believe it does it on purpose, but I see it doing enough things to where I almost feel like it does it on purpose. Let's let the replay run out. I really need to fix this control. That much is for sure. It would be nice if it had the outside camera the whole way around, and you'd be able to see what the AI cars were doing a bit more. And they always magically get unstuck once you pass them. Like I said, as soon as I'm past, he's back out and blocking me. Like, every fucking time. Yeah, I've got almost no memory of the layout of this track. It's like a lot to memorise. It's such a winding path. My memory of it's gone. Surprisingly pretty looking track for a PS1 title. It would be nice if it went up far passing once I got in right. It's not going to. I'd like to assume where he went. Like, did he drop onto the other path or did he keep going? Like, there's definitely some sort of path nerds involved, but... yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get back to that point where I can drive, like, unmodified start to finish. Like, not easy. I mean, the game's not meant to be played that way, go figure. Plug a memory card in and save it. So now there's a commonality between the PlayStation and like the Sega hardware. The memory card socket's the controller socket, just like the expansion socket on the Mega Drive. Sheesh. Oh, I don't think that's licensed music. I gotta let that play. Can't remember which game has opponent cars that turn into dickheads on the track once it introduces it. Came up with quite a few. Mario Kart does that. Mario Kart's one of the most unfair races I've ever played. I have no tolerance for it. There you go, we unlocked absolutely fucking everything. Yeah, let's go around the track once with the T-Rex. Let's do a division with the T-Rex one time. No memory card. I think that socket's dodgy on this PlayStation, you know. I've had that a few times. Then again, at least one of my memory cards I think is dead, so... Seems like anything that involves a connector in this PlayStation is intermittent. Turn PlayStation off. Okay, I will. No. It's quite unresponsive in those menus. But yeah, let's have a look. Let's give the T-Rex an outing. Short stream though. I'd like to do something else before I call it quits, but nothing overly long. So I should just have all trucks at my disposal now. Let's just go on the world tour. I'm sure I'll get the hang of driving it again pretty quickly. It doesn't have all trucks though, but there is an exploit to get like the arcade mode trucks in here, where you just select them in the arcade and then you come back out and then you can use them. Suspension I don't think really matters very much. This thing generally all you want to do is run it on hard shocks to get the handling and like just fuck everything else off. I mean, one example, let his opponents start blocking the track or going around the track in reverse. That sounds like something like a fucking Ridge Racer game would do or something, but I don't know on that. Interstate 76 isn't a racing game, but that does some dickish things. That does some real dickhead things if you give it half a chance. Some of the missions in it, you are pretty much at the mercy of the randomizer. Oh man, this thing feels weird after driving in that Jeep. It steers completely differently. Like, this is probably the best truck in the game, and I'm going to make it look terrible because I haven't driven it for years. Steering is far less nimble than the Jeep, obviously, because it's a lot longer and heavier. So that's going to take me some getting used to, having to go really heavy with the steering. And being that it's on 6 wheels, getting it to slide around how you want it to is just something else. Yeah, these had the V10 from the Viper in them. They didn't make very many of them, the T-Rex. I don't know if it ever went into proper production, I suspect it didn't. It was more of like a concept vehicle. Awesome thing, I would love to own one. Yeah, you have to go way heavier with the steering on it. You can see what we're up against, like how quickly it gets its speed. So that's why you have to use the ability with the Jeep, the agility with the Jeep, because you're just having to play with the law of averages that inevitably this is going to have to slow down in corners and shit where I don't necessarily have to. Where I can like kick the back end of my Jeep out like crazy, though this thing can't really do it so well. So in that moment it loses more speed than I will. Yeah, I'm rusty at driving this thing for sure. Easily would have reached 100 up the hill if I hadn't caught the steering up. Drives through the mud like it's nothing. Drives through the pumpkins like they're hardly even there. It just doesn't care. Graphics are actually pretty incredible for the PS1. It does look decent, this game. I think the style they went for works. It's sort of like a pseudo-realism. Like, it doesn't handle realistically. It doesn't really look super realistic. It's almost like the idea Duke 3D went for, while it's a different style, where it's sort of basing itself on the real world, but making it more like a comic book or something. Hagrid's pumpkin patch just got wrecked. It's going to be, yeah, well, you know, sucks to be Hagrid. I still think they should have killed Hagrid. Hang on, what track are we on? Black Forest, okay. I still think they should have killed Hagrid off, just for the reaction of the readers. It would have been absolutely brilliant. People would still be crying about it now. Either that, or he should have been the mastermind behind it all. You know, he should have revealed, like, because I'm evil, Harry. All along. I mean, I don't usually go in for, like, the YouTube poop stuff, but I did enjoy Mad Hagrid. I think that should have been canon. That's how it should have been. Dead wheel spin. Yeah, 107 miles an hour up a hill, no problem for this thing. So with its stock engine, my Jeep won't even go there. It does 85 tops. And that's what I want to beat the whole game with. Steering is way less responsive on this thing. It requires way more use of the brakes and stuff, and letting off the throttle in the Jeep, because it's a totally different thing to drive. Catch up with stuff in a moment. Yeah, I'm going to cock this up because I'm going to drive it like crazy like I would the Jeep. And yeah, it doesn't handle the same. It's going to be like a fucking pinball in here. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, definitely have to do things at different times to different extents. Jeez, I wasn't even pressing the gas pedal and it was still accelerating. Okay, how long until I hit a tree? It's from driving the Jeep, so my instinct is just to floor it everywhere, and that's really not going to get you anywhere in this thing. That's not how you drive this truck. Got to get it airborne. Yeah, we've gone for it. Would have jumped straight over the water. Where's that jump into the woods? Because I need to really hit the brake when I get there, because otherwise we're going straight into the wall. Oh. Also like the Wrath of Dumbledore. Yeah, that was pretty fun as well. It's the bit where he barns himself. That stuck with me from that. That's kind of, you know, when I had that dream where, like, they'd left Hagrid in charge of the school. I had that dream where, like, Dumbledore's gone on holiday, and like, that's kind of how I picture everything going for the teachers in that situation. Like, well, yeah, it would just constantly be the students just causing shit like that to happen. So that was basically Filch in place of Dumbledore, you know, he's just getting more and more annoyed with every passing moment. Yeah, I'll leave the hard shocks on. Go for those. Power brakes, I think, is just the way with this truck from memory, actually. I think it's the only way really to get it to stop. Oh, there's something big flying around in here. Well, I don't imagine that lasting long in here. Too many spiders. Yeah, I figure Hagrid, it'll all come out one day that he was the mastermind behind it all. J.K. Rowling will go on her Twitter and reveal that Hagrid, in fact, planned it all. He's just biding his time until the time was right. It was me what relayed the prophecy, Harry. But I'm sure it was Professor Snape. And why was Professor Snape there, Harry? That's right, because I called him there. I told him I needed a potion. And I knew what he was like, that young Snape, and that he would go and listen to that prophecy. Something dodgy about it. Oh. This thing definitely drives different to the Jeep. Technically it drives better, I just haven't practiced with this at all, so... And it is quite a handful, this truck. But I think it's what most of the courses were designed around, was this truck. I get the feeling. But I think the intended way to play is that you start with the Hummer and you work your way up to this thing. That's probably what the devs wanted. When I was a kid, I used to refuse to read things in games, and so I didn't know you got the cheat menu in this for ages. As I was slowly buying everything, I didn't realise, like, for beating it all, it just gives you it. This thing don't care about climbing hills, it'll do it all day. This is what my poor little Jeep's up against. She should tweet, Hagrid hates transvestites. He probably would. Wasn't it Dirty Potter where he hated black people? Like in one of the chapters of that. Where he's giving it the... They're not like you and me, Harry. You just chuck them in the fire. And it's like, yeah, actually I could see Hagrid being that way. I could see him being really, really just intolerant of everybody. Like, I don't know, he just seems the type where it wouldn't be any one specific group of people, it would just be anybody that wasn't Hagrid. I'm sandy here, aren't I? Well, then again, what did we learn? That's actually better, but on this thing, I'm not sure. I could see it just being that way, you know, just any group that isn't one he belongs to. It would just be, you know, I tell you, I hate Northerners, Harry. I hate Southerners, Harry. You sound kind of like a... Yes, well, I hate people from more south than I am. Those people on Land's End, they're terrible, they are, Harry. They all want throwing in the sea and drowning. Nothing good never came from Land's End. Actually, did anything good ever come out of Land's End? I can't remember hearing of them having invented anything. I saw something a few days ago that I don't think I'm allowed to talk about on YouTube, but it gave me a laugh. Somebody made a map of synthesizer production, and what it says about like the socio-economic, political like tendencies of a given region or whatever of the country that made the synthesizers. And I was like, that's a very interesting map showing where most of the like electronic musical instruments came from. You know, I wonder if I looked at like a map of the distribution of a certain small subset of European tribes, if it mightn't resemble this. Lo and behold, you know, it does. Jeez. It's like we all know who invented everything or something, but the guy who made that map completely missed this. He never mentioned it. It obviously never occurred to him, but I found it quite amusing. I probably shouldn't find it amusing, but... I'm worrying. In this truck they've got no chance of catching me. They're halfway back up the course. I could take it easy and still win with this thing, but I much prefer the challenge of driving the Duke. When he gets Harry to do all his work in Diagon Alley, I always imagine Harry goes back to him and is steaming drunk. Yeah, really, what are you doing out of school? Yeah, probably starts like scolding. Well, I don't think he'd tell Harry off. I think he'd just let Harry do whatever he wanted, but so he'd probably be more concerned, you know. Dumbledore's going to be furious, Harry. Quick, let's get you back to school before he realises you're gone. No orphaners are all on the door. He would, though. I really think he would be that way. I mean, he knows all about, like, the Sloth and, like, you know, the Mudbloods and shit. And he's probably staying quiet because he probably harbours those feelings. Mudbloods, Harry. They got no right to learn magic. They should be at home mopping floors. Heck, that's dreadful. He probably hated when, like, the Tri-Wizard tournament was going on. He's having to sit there biting his tongue. Oh, I can't say what I'm thinking in here. Yeah, this thing don't even need a lift kit to drive over these cars. Let's put different suspension on it. There we go. Oh, the handling's going to be fantastic with that. Wrong engine and everything. It won't matter on this thing. It won't car. Don't even get me started on those filthy squibs, Harry. I'm trying to remember if he ever interacts with Filch at all anymore. I remember hearing somebody go on once about thinking Filch is Umbridge's brother. I don't think so, but it was an interesting thing to listen to, you know, the reasoning, how it could be. I liked Umbridge. Umbridge was the best character. She was the best thing that ever happened to that wretched school. We really should have kept her as headmistress and High Inquisitor. I would definitely have joined the Inquisitorial squad. And on the Gryffindors joined it, and they complain about the way the school's been ran. It's, well, you could have signed up and then you'd have some say in how things were ran instead of, oh no, it's not fair. Well, tough break, it's not fair, you know, if you're not partaking, it's not... Yeah, Umbridge, absolutely brilliant. The actress they got to play her, I didn't think looked like the image I had in my head. I imagined somebody much uglier when I was reading it. Whereas the actress they got to play her just looks kind of like my grandmother. Which I really should use to wind up my grandmother sometime. because people used to tell my grandma she looked like the Queen, which used to irritate her. And the actress that played Umbridge, I'm pretty certain they got to play the Queen in something else. So it's like, there you go, Grandma, you do look like the Queen. She'd be furious. Maybe something to do when I'm like already in the process of leaving. I don't really want to be around when my grandmother gets angry. It's not a good place to be. It's pretty funny though, like when my grandma gets mad, because she lived on the border for quite a bit of her life, and so the accent's not really there anymore until she gets angry. When she gets angry, the accent comes back. And so you start hearing this weird mixture of sort of Scots border and Yiddish coming out. She'll be on a phone call with some telemarketer who keeps bothering her or something, and when her temper goes, you know about it, because the accent comes back, and the old fucking Jew words start coming out, and it's like, oh dear. Stop your kvetching and go ways! I'm leaving now, Grandma. I'll see you in a few years. I don't want to be around. This thing just monsters over these cars. You can just floor it through here and nothing happens. What an awesome truck. I totally want one of these. I totally want one of these. Where's my grip? There it is. Umbridge for Minister, I agree. She'd do a fantastic job. But therein is the thing, because she works for the ministry anyway. Like, you could use that to essentially get a job when you left school. Because, if I joined the Inquisitorial Squad, I always pissed me off how Harry and his buddies never exploited the house elves. They want to do as they're told. So I would go down to the kitchens, and I'd be, house elf, listen here, I'm going to give you orders, and you will do them as I say, or bad things will happen to you. You will go to the High Inquisitor's office undetected, and you will steal her favourite ornaments, and you will place them in Harry Potter's school bag. And nobody is to know of this. Nobody can know. Only you and I will know. And if somebody else finds out, house elf, I will bring down an entire year's supply of clothes and force them into your hands. And the house elf's not going to disagree. Yes, master. Of course, master. I'll do anything you say, master. I will kiss your shoes, master. Absolutely brilliant. Off you go, then. I want it done tonight. And so off the house elf goes, steals Umbridge's cat plates and sticks them in Harry Potter's school bag. Next morning, Umbridge is now in front of the whole school. And somebody has stolen my favourite ornaments. I'll find the culprit, your High Inquisitorness. Walk down the line of tables, get up from my Slytherin table and go over to the stinky Gryffindor table. Potter, empty your school bag this instant. You're just a student, you've got no authority over me. Actually, Potter, I'm in the Inquisitorial Squad. Do as I say or there will be consequences. No, I'm not doing as you say, you're just a Slytherin and I hate Slytherins because they're green. Okay, Potter, you asked for it. Petrificus Totalis. And so he's just going to be frozen in place. And just like, aha, I thought so. I found the culprit, headmistress. Look at this. Potter has stolen your ornamental plates. Oh dear, I should have known. Indeed, I just had a sneaking suspicion. What shall we do with him? Oh, well, of course, he'll have to be punished. Shall I take him to the dungeons, headmistress? Yes, take him to the dungeons and I'll punish him later. Potter, get moving. You heard the headmistress. I can't move. You've put a locking cast on me. Potter, you will walk this instant or I will move you. You'll have to remove the hex you've put on me. Right! And I just grab him by the hair and start dragging him to the stairway and push him down. The headmistress is going to deal with you later, Potter. And you see, this bolsters my position, because Umbridge, what a wonderful student he is, probably knows what I've done, but what a wonderful student he is, I like the way he thinks. So when I leave school and go to, like, apply for a job in the ministry, she intercedes, like, oh, he was a wonderful student, he was great in my inquisitorial squad, you should definitely take him on. And I get a good high-paying job. Gryffindors, they don't think this way, you see. It's a Slytherin way of thinking, I reckon. I think only Slytherin students think in these ways. Actually, I think that might be better in here. Future headmaster, could be. I always thought I'd end up becoming a teacher, like in real life, and I don't know why, because I never wanted to be a teacher, but I always thought I would end up being a teacher. I'm glad that didn't happen. Yeah, I really couldn't say why. It was just the image in my head when I used to, when I was little and I'd picture myself as an adult. I used to picture myself as some horrible old teacher. It's like, gee, I hope that doesn't happen. And I turned out nothing like I imagined. Oh man, this thing is so much better on this track. You gotta figure the Jeep's way out of its league in here, so it was never gonna handle it well. Is it on the left or the right, this one? You know what, on this thing it probably doesn't matter, it'll go through the swamp no problem. You can see all the lines for everything are set up for vehicles like this. It basically just puts itself on the line without you even trying. The Jeep doesn't. It's always at a disadvantage this far out. Because you're not meant to take it as far in the game as this. This truck's meant to be here, that Jeep isn't. It will still slip on the boards. Under the boardwalk. Boardwalk. Hey, that's cheating. Hey, that's also cheating. Well, it's an eye for an eye. If they're going to cheat, so am I. Oh, they're driving down there. They're going slower. What a bunch of losers. Well, it's not that much slower, though, is it? I mean, it's ahead of me. This is where it's going to suck though. Only thing I got going for me here, I think, is my engine's bigger than his. Oh, fuck. Oh, it handles terrible here. I might actually end up in second place. I've totally forgotten how to make it do that. Nice place, I would live somewhere like this. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun. Could imagine you as a PE teacher. That's a fucking PE teacher! That's like the worst subject. Janitor, everyone would just think I was a pervert. Well, most of them already do, so yeah, maybe that would be fitting then. Like, at least then it would seem justified that they think I am. I'm not, but like, people seem to think I am. Yeah, let's find out if this is licensed music. Let's just let it play. What have we been going? I wouldn't want to rack it up another 30 minutes or something. I don't want to cut it too short. What should we play? I can give Land of the Babes another shot. I'm not going to play through the full game or anything, but I can give it another shot. At least we can see, like, what an ass I make of the controls. It runs hot, this PlayStation. The early ones did. I don't think anything's wrong with it. I hope so. I hope I'm not, like, backfeeding into it, like my little contraption there. Yeah, this StarTech cannot lock my subcarrier for PAL. It's just a little too far out of tolerance for it. Can't grab it. Oh yeah, I have to hold the button down, don't I, to do that? There we go. Now it should boot me into the menu. Sounds like a shitty VHS intro, like logo. Okay. Like it remembers where you are in the menu. It does seem to be quite well designed, this XStation. Surprised though that it's seen no development for years. I thought it was still like in active development, the XStation. Seemingly no, I think its last update was like 2023 or something. Oh no, this has licensed music in the intro, doesn't it? Is that skippable? Let me mute that input until I know. It was like fucking Static X or something. Checking memory card. You won't find anything on there. It reeks of the early 2000s, this game. Like, just there's that vibe about it so strongly. I like the take of the Duke theme that they've done with it.
Come get some.
Get some, come. Yeah, just full on early 2000s. If I was going to be a teacher, I'd have to do like what real teachers do and teach a subject I know nothing about. Well, history's out, because I know a decent bit about that. Math. I'm not really great at that. I'll be a math teacher.
Thank goodness you received our message.
Well, she was kinda hard to miss.
Duke, I'm Jane Biltmore, a member of the Unified Bay Resistance. I was sent here
Had to
by
cheat to beat the final boss. Well, I'd probably have to cheat to beat this level, because when I was testing it soft locked, turned out like when you turn the generator on, it's meant to trigger a cutscene, and it didn't trigger, and I went through a fucking load zone so shortly afterwards, and so I couldn't get it to trigger. And there's like an electric room apparently wasn't open,
Those alien bastards.
so I couldn't finish the level.
My planet, my babes, or my vacation. You should have called me sooner.
So you know, I said I would play through this, but I can't promise I'm going to do it because I struggle with the controls, and if I run into that, then I'll just leave it because I don't want to be sat there having to, like, you know, work around problems like that. It could just crop up again at any
This is
minute.
where I come in.
Yes, but there's more, Duke. The aliens have genetically created a new species to help
That
us
liminal
understand
space thing I was messing with last week got very close, you know, that was sort of the upper limit with like how that was on the edge of soft locking me a couple of
We
times.
must stop him and help rescue our scientists. But first, we must restore the power
No,
to
no,
this
no,
place
no,
and
no,
get
no,
to the
no,
surface.
no, no, no. Shut up!
Initiate your Shade's operating system built into your sunglasses.
So let me get this.
Yeah, sure. Go make me a fucking sarnie while I do the like important shit.
Just point me in the right direction. I'll have this settled in no time.
Also, they referred to like the rat-a-tat looking things as simian. I'm quite sure that's incorrect, but okay, sure. Don't expect these people to know what they're on about in here. For all the things that Duke is really good at and that make him cool, I doubt very much if he's like all that intelligent. You know, I guess he doesn't need to be. What were the buttons again? Okay. I'm sure you weren't there last time.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
Duke, this area is secure.
Baby. Yeah, this room, like, when I go and turn a generator on, apparently this room's meant to open, and it didn't. Like, I think it comes out on the other side of the bar. And because I've been through a load zone, it just seemed I couldn't get the trigger to go.
I miss you so much. Can you come over real
So much dialogue in this game. Probably the most story-driven Duke game.
Not now, Laura. I'm kind of...
Probably, from what I've seen. Obviously, it's not like I've ever completed the damn thing. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd hang around here if I was you. There's probably going to be more of them rat-a-tats, but I mean, if that's what you want to do. There we go. I probably didn't need that. I probably just wasted it. Squatter jump, wasn't it? I think. Yes, it was. You can totally break this climbing mechanic. I have a screenshot of him climbing sideways on the fucking ladder. That'll be fine. I don't think it's that much of a drop from here. Okay, just fuck the wall. Go for it. Controls slightly better with the D-pad than it does with the analog stick, I'll say that much. It really is a struggle. No.
It looks like she gave a good fight. What the? That looks pretty sturdy.
Polyps on the ladder.
Bullseye.
Shit. I mean, the animations in this are not exactly quick either, so it doesn't really help. How do I do this again? Oh no. That car, I don't think I'm hitting it from there. Nah. Oh well, she's dead. Ain't my problem. I hope. It's like, you know, the NPCs are important. Well, I can still shoot him from here, I'm sure. Stupid gorillas. Well, I like the animation. Yeah, this mechanic, this can totally fucking bust. It's pretty hilarious, like... how he'll sort of just bounce along off the side somewhere sometimes. Which I wish I could figure out how to make him do it on purpose, because it's a lot faster. So it'd be quite nice if I could get that to happen, like, you know, like at will. Oh, there we go. Like that. Plus I think I just phased through the glass.
That should clear the way.
It's, one thing I for certain will never play is It's 0 Hour. Not It's 0, 0 Hour, the N64 one. That can fuck off. I ain't playing that. That is unfucking playable. Ah, so I did go through solid glass. Good to know. Well, I'm sure Duke's capable of doing that. Well, we saw in Duke 3D, yeah, you can go through solid glass in there. You just have to jump at it the right way. Duke read it. Ah, there we go, that's what I wanted. Yeah, Time to Kill has more of a Tomb Raider feel about it. Apparently there's a DS game. Oh, yeah. There was meant to be like 3 of them, I think. I think only one of them got to release. I want nothing to do with it. I don't like Nintendo handhelds, so I ain't going to tolerate that sort of thing. I only play Sega handhelds. Nintendo handhelds, yeah, I don't bother with them. Not unless there was something really good on it, and I get the impression that game probably doesn't fit that criteria. I don't think I can do anything else in this room now. It's weird how some things he grabs without prompting, other things you have to press another button to make him grab sometimes. It's quite strange. I get the impression it was probably built from Time to Kill, this game. It sort of has that feel about it. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. I thought I'd got myself stuck then. I wouldn't even blame the game for that one. Like, that would definitely be my fault. Like, doing things I'm really not supposed to do. Lego Star Wars. They always just seem like such blatant cash-ins to me, those games. So I always try my best to have nothing to do with them. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like one of them weird things where it's like, this should totally suck on paper and yet it doesn't. Well, sounds like there's another lady been killed somewhere. I'm too busy digging about down here, so she's on her own. Maybe if she had just a few more polygons, I might carve.
Let's rock. No pain, no gain.
Jeez, man, the animation's so slow. He offed himself. Cool. Oh, maybe not. Where is he? I can hear him. I don't see him. Oh well, not my problem. That looks suspiciously coloured. No, nothing. It's just somebody was burning copper oxide, I guess.
Power on. Now it's time to kick some ass.
This cutscene, it didn't trigger. And that'll be why the door wasn't open. So white this time, apparently. Excellent, now I can see what's beyond that fucking door. I don't care about this shit.
Good job, Duke. The power is restored. Now you need to find a way out of this section of the base.
I'm on it, Jane. Consider it done. I'll see you topside. Duke out.
They should definitely perk the audio data for this game around though, just because there probably are lines that I can steal and use for NI2. Ah, shit. When I got up here, there was like a alert zone, and so going back here then didn't trigger that cutscene. It wouldn't happen. Triangular tits raider, blocky pecs raider. Yeah, Lara, I think, has got to be one of the ugliest video game characters there ever was. Like, she really is just a minger. Like, there's no two ways about it. How the heck is she still alive? Well, I'm not going to do anything about it. I might as well see if I can get anything good out of boxes. Can't loot corpses in this game, that's a bit of a shame. Deary me, they keep putting signs now, these exploding cans. You think they'd stop doing that? The sign might get blown up if there's a problem like that. You know, I probably have a better weapon than that. Well, that's probably terrible. Laser weapons are usually awful in games, but I'll give it a go. Right before I get myself electro-frazzed. That actually seems quite effective. I wonder if there's any of them frazz bars in here that I've heard about. Oh no, the frame rate stayed somewhere out at the door though, I think. Yeah, it's like a switch there. I couldn't find anything that it did. If that does anything, it's lost on me. Ah! Okay, cool. Whatever that was. Yeah, this really feels like a game I could probably get out of bounds in. just has that vibe about it. Like, I've played a few games in my time, and I got certain sensibilities, and... Oh, no.
Duke, we're
Quit
making our
nagging
way
me.
up to the surface and need you with us ASAP. The elevator's up.
Yeah, I'll
We
keep
need to
my
find another way
promise,
up
and
here.
one day I'll play. Was it Tomb Raider Legend I said I was going to play, or was it Angel of fucking Darkness? I might try and see if any of the Tomb Raider games have decent modding tools and just mod one to just torment Lara. Having said that, my time would probably better be spent doing it in build. Oh jeez, I don't lock on these guys. Yeah, these fuckers kept just appearing randomly, like when I was here before.
Bug off.
Oh, those will get annoying real fast. Laser testing. I don't need to test lasers, it works fine. I'd rather just test them on the aliens
Hello?
and shit.
What's up?
What's up?
So what's up, Duke?
Just kicking some ass, drinking a brew.
True, true.
That fucking fad, that was terrible.
Hello?
Hello, and thank you for calling Moving
That was
On.
when I learned how people just go along with like corporate marketing bullshit. And like let it become part of their culture, you know. My lasers are getting stuck on the geometry. Yeah, man, it's going better this time. It's going way better. It was a real struggle before. This may be playable after all. Oh, it doesn't have turret sections, does it? Please don't have turret sections. I don't want turret sections.
Well, let's see what this laser can do.
Oh, that suits me fine.
Lasers.
Well, doesn't seem to be doing anything else. It's just firing up the wall's asshole.
Won't budge.
I'll just kick it harder.
It's locked. Won't budge.
If I could find a way through there without actually, like, you know, I found the luck button seems to screw with this collision sometimes. I reckon you probably could just go through doors in quite a few places in this game if you really knew what you were doing with it. Has that sort of that feel about it. Yeah, that's how you deal with electricity. If you jump in the air, it can't do anything to you. Oh, sparks. Well, what am I meant to do now?
Well, is it a gun in my pocket? Or am I just happy to see you?
Oh,
Bitch.
Duke, you're
Do you want to see me elephant?
What's shaking, baby?
Duke, this area is secure.
If you get it just right, you can actually grab through the top of this, and then he starts going through the fucking geometry pretty quickly. Oh, where is it? It's really hard to get the exact spot. I did it by accident, like... Ah, darn it. Ah, I'll never get it now. I had him right on the spot. There's a nice lighting system in the game. Okay, why'd you lead me back into the Frasbar room? Like before. What was that for? Ah, shit. I assume I moved this right.
Hello?
Angel of Darkness is what... Oh, I guess I'd have to use the Presler for that. Fine, but I'm not doing it until the winter.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up?
So I'm not running the Presler in this sort of weather. No way. I'll make this move then, because I'm sure that's what it's intending me to do, is to get this mirror to shift. It's not really a mirror, but it's clearly like on a rail. It almost looks like a grab handle, but not grabbing it, so that can't be. Oh no, I can from this side. I dealt with that problem. Oh no! Here of all fucking places! Use the cross button to lock the man cat. There are many obstacles in these mines. Steer clear of them if you want to hang on to your coins. I want to ride in it. Maybe I can pull it around. I'm bringing this with me. Like, yeah, this is coming at the end of the game with me now. No, can't move it. Won't go any farther. Oh, lousy. What's the point in this room? I'm tempted to.
I ain't
I
got
just
time.
had to try it. It just had to be tried. Alright, how far back am I? Oops. The penalty's not too bad, actually. The cinematic was missing the ladder and it popped back into existence. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's a PS1 title. I can't expect this shit. It's the level of quality you got from PS1 games. This is why I had a Nintendo 64. We just didn't have any games on there, so we didn't have these quality problems. I can't do that. This room's seeming rather pointless, I have to say. It won't move anymore. Ah, right, there you go. Ah, got ya. There's something to do with that. There wasn't really many other options. Yeah, fucking Angel of Darkness. What a
Another day.
dreadful game.
Dusty air.
That was the first game that Presler ever played, Angel of Darkness. Like, the first thing I ever, like, properly played on it.
Kaboo, I kill you.
I wouldn't mind, Angel of Darkness doesn't even have good Lara deaths. Like, at least in most of them, you know, there's quite a few varieties to the animation. Angel of Darkness, she just ragdolls, and that's it. And she makes this vomiting sound. You know, it's kind of the only fun thing. It's just oh, and it has France in it as well. I don't want to go to France. It's smelly. At least in Paris, and that's where it is. Yeah, these pigs are awful. I hate them.
Did I interrupt something? Never fear, baby. Duke's here.
Yeah, it's not going to be so good when I get the controller back.
Well, is it a gun in my pocket? Or am I just happy to see you?
Duke, this area is secure.
I wouldn't count on it. I don't think it is secure. I think there's probably misters just around the fucking corner somewhere. worth it. Dive tank area. Yeah, I might as well use this weapon for a while. Not bad. Fire's a bit slower, but it's a shotgun. You can't expect that.
Duke, Silverback is stepping up the attack on the base. We need your help up here. You may be able to exit through the diving tank.
I mean, you just ran out and left me down here, and now you're trying to hurry me, you know? That's just typical.
Pig's eye.
It's a bit ranged for a shotgun, I think. Yeah, run away, coward. Jeez, they really turned up the numbers on missiles in this stage. Well, I think I found a winning strategy for not taking damage from shit anyway. Which seems to be to just abuse the strafe buttons when I'm firing. That really seems to work. Well, tried and tested method in first-person shooters, so I mean, why wouldn't it work in third-person? Funny how my brain didn't put the pieces together initially. In the third game, I like how Lara can still move around while submerged in a mud pit. I don't remember much about Tomb Raider 3. That one just felt really evil. Like, you know, it just repulsed me. More than Lara herself usually does. And I find Lara repulsive. Elevator override. Or it's overdrive at first. I'm sure it's not. I don't mind that, like a super speed elevator.
Let's rock.
I don't exactly use my strafe strategy in the door.
That ought to kick up quite a breeze.
Oh, brilliant. Don't know what it did. But I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah. Alright, I get it. I think. Yeah, okay,
The
that makes
things
sense.
I do to save women.
I like that. Yeah. Now why did I come over here? There's nothing over here. Alright, cool. No. It makes sense. I thought this was an area I'd already been, but apparently not. I thought this was the elevator thing again.
Time to practice my breaststroke.
Yeah, no, Angel of Darkness is a bit of a weird game, I always felt. The PC version, there's like an area you can get into that still makes reference to the PlayStation 2 controls. Oh, I'm not having that. I've got a varmint problem around here. Why can't the fans don't affect it? That's not fun.
Exterminated.
Yeah, it still thinks it's a PS2 game. It's hard to get running. Like, there's so many settings that you can fuck about with, and very few of them work. And there's no indication of what's right and wrong, and then so I need a stronger weapon. You lose even shoots to that while I was round the corner, so I'll just increase the repair bill. Let's put holes through the walls. You think they'd fucking learn. It never seems to go well for them. Oh, I already have one of those? Cool, I'm gonna use it.
I was born to rock the world.
It seems pretty straightforward so far.
Won't budge.
Well, dude, that's a door that moves laterally. Trying to kick it isn't going to work.
budge.
What was I saying about... Fucking slurps in this floor. About Duke probably not being
It's
that
locked.
intelligent.
Damn, it's locked.
There is actually geometry behind it, I think. Maybe we go there later. Where's the dive tank shit? Where's this bozo?
You piggy, piggy, piggy.
Steering system really doesn't work sometimes. That was really that weird bit in OAD where you had to kill that tree as well. You had to like put together like the correct formula for the poison to kill
In a
it.
pig's eye.
And I was like, damn, did that weird fat chick design this bit or something? Like, oh, what's the deal with that? There's just no need for it. Lara probably set it up. This stupid monkey. What do you suppose would happen? He's throwing tards
What
at
the hell
me!
have you been eating?
Dickhead, it's that fucking Mowgli kid from the kids zone.
Round and round she goes.
He's gonna start yelling, you fucking bastard, and like hanging from lampposts and shit. I hope he's still institutionalised wherever he is.
Won't budge.
Yeah, they really need to fix the doors around here. There's all these things I can press, and I don't know what any of them are for. I don't know what any of them are doing. 0G test area. Should I be out there when it's running? If you ever played a Tomb Raider game, you're not missing much. They're pretty horrible for the most part. Angel of Darkness, I think, is considered one of the worst as well. So, like, even people who like Tomb Raider, I don't think like that one. I'm sure it was Legend I said I was gonna play. Do I have to like do both of them now or something? Jeez, I remember playing the fast one on this channel. That was like horrible enough. Generally one of the worst experiences I think I ever had. And I still think Lara just sets it all up, like, because there's ammo and like health kits in these tombs that supposedly no one's been in for years. I don't get what this is about. Remember the awful Tomb Raider movie? Yeah, that was pretty terrible. They got that weird Angelina Jolie to like play her. I always thought she was fucking ugly, you know. They were always, oh, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm like, who's the arbiter of that? Because, I don't know, some gay bloke probably, the same as who designs the fashion. Yeah, there's a thing, and you can see it, and once you know about it...
Welcome to Coolsville.
Huh?
Population, me.
Damn it. And once you know about it, you know, you can never unsee it, that most of the women's, like, high fashion is designed by a bunch of gay blokes, like, just this small lot of them. So I think maybe why, like, you know, past the point, they do start to look like caricatures and quite masculine.
You're starting to bug me.
Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, stupid fucking monkey.
Remember, kids, I'm a professional. Don't try this at home.
Like in Skyrim, where you find fresh fruit and produce in ancient Nordic tomb. Yeah, like Lara, I think sets it up. I think it's because she's rich. She's probably just paying someone to go and set it up, and I think she just used it as an excuse to be like cruel to the animals.
Damn, it's locked.
Well, it's just like, oh great, I get to, like, you know, can you populate it with like 5 bars and 10 wolves? Because I'd like to shoot those. And then, you know, she goes in and kills them, and of course, like, that's endangered, and she can be like, oh, but it was because I was defending my life, because I would have died if I didn't. And so she gets away with it. That's what I think's going on in Tomb Raider. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, I always thought she was minging, man. She was ugly. I don't know who decided, you know, she was like supposed to be beautiful. I sometimes wonder if I just have like warped tastes or something. Like, maybe my tastes are just, like, strange, maybe. I don't know. Hey, my look button didn't work. I mean, just lately, YouTube's been pushing loads of old Mythbusters episodes on me, right? And they always try to, everyone always used to try and push, like, that, Carrie Byron. Like, you know, she was meant to be, like, really attractive and stuff. I always thought she was just, like, ugly corporate TV lady. I'd go so far as to say I preferred Scotty, who was on the show before. Like, she definitely wasn't a pretty woman, but she had something about her. She seemed to have her head screwed on. She seemed a bit more, like, human, you know? So, yeah, I really don't know how this sort of shit gets decided. I guess I got to spin that end to be at this end. Same with Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, she was just another sort of corporate telly, like, person. You know, barely seems human. Like, I swear they just get these people out of a vending machine somewhere. You can't ever imagine these people, like, doing normal things, you know. And when they do, it always seems like they're kind of faking it, you know, like, as if they've got a list of instructions. This is what people do in this sort of social gathering or whatever. Okay, I will do those things. It's just sort of, I don't know. I mean, in all fairness, you know, back on the Carrie Byron thing for a moment, I feel kind of bad ragging on her, because I don't know if that's necessarily her fault, or if it was the producers, like, giving instructions and she might just be particularly good at that presentation style. Because it's quite clear that the people on that show were told to present it in that particular way. And I know nothing else about the lady, so she might not actually be that way. She is pretty ugly, though. Most attractive women you see in films, they're in low-budget horror movies. Yeah, quite often. Big-name Hollywood ones are not appealing to me. Very rarely. My brain always tells me they smell like cheese or something, like a lot of the, like, big-name Hollywood sorts. I really can't explain why that would be, but it's just what my brain tells me, for some reason. Oh, this isn't at all safe. I've got to do it. Ah, it's fine. It's closer than I thought. Never heard of her. Yeah, I don't think she's known for anything else. It's just back when the show was running, people used to go on and on about it, like, oh, she's so hot. And there's what you think? Really? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I have known people who have, like, weird taste. Like, Chav Kid, like, you know, from the kids' home, he liked Catherine Tate. No! He liked Catherine Tate. he used to, like, argue with me. Because, you know, Doctor Who used to be on. And I quite liked Billie Piper. I thought Billie Piper was alright. And it's, oh, bro, she's fucking minted. I'm surprised, you know, like, she's blonde and she's kind of chavvy, you know. It actually is weird, because, like, you know, all logic would say you should like her and I shouldn't. Evidently not. No, bro, she's a fucking minner. She's got a fucking sweat fanny, and she's a fucking lesbo, and she fucking ain't got no tits, and she can't take no fucking hits, bro. Alright, yeah, I get it, but, like, and then Catherine Tate appears, like, fucking, yeah, bro, that fucking Catherine fucking Tate, look at her fucking balls. Like, she's a minger. She looks like somebody you'd find out as a Labour councillor or something. You know, like, fucking, yeah, bro, she fucking come round here and fucking shut her. It's like, you know, she seems enough of a fucking, like, minger that you might actually have a chance. Just this once. I wish you the best of luck. You're welcome to it. Actually makes sense. He just... he had sort of strange ideas. He only really seemed to care about boobs and usually blonde hair, so that's why, like, Minga Tate was a bit of a surprise, just because it's, well, she's not blonde, you know, she's a ginge, and he doesn't usually like gingers. So, I don't know, I'd say she was more open, actually, but, well, whatever. He'd consider it ginger. Where do I need to go from here? Where is this room? I wasn't expecting me to get up there. I know I can shimmy on things. That's not connected either. Well, I guess the only way is down. I just don't want to miss anything. Oh, I get it. I'm on top of the dive tank. I'm stupid. Who's shoosting me? Alright, fine, I guess I have to bust that. Does this subscribe to, It does. It runs on that logic. Excellent. I'll get more bulbs. Fucking bulbs, bruv. Sweat funny. Well, it was one of his favourite things to say, but it depended how he said it, because sometimes he would do it if he really liked a girl and he was scarred of her. But he was too quick to it in that case, so you could tell he didn't mean it. It's like when the fat girl moved into the home with his you know, I don't fucking like her anyway, dickhead! I think he likes her. Because, you know, I'm helping her move her things in. And he's, like, just standing there like a fucking idiot. And then he's giving me, like, you know, like, in the end he just turns over, you stupid cow, and goes wandering out the room. I go for my lunch, I come back, he's there with his door props up. You fucking ruined it! What do you mean I've ruined it? You're trying to get in her fucking knickers, you bellend. I'm not interested in getting in her knickers. She seems like she'd be easy if I wanted to.
Don't just stand there. Let's shoot something.
Oh, the wash basins don't
Sometimes
work.
this is a really crappy job.
It's like the real test. Of course, the Duke Nukem game, it passes that test, no
Much
problem.
better.
That was always going to, like, be a thing. Cool. You're trying to get in her knickers. I'm not trying to get in her knickers, you idiot. I'm not interested in getting in her knickers. I don't like her anyway, bro. She's fucking mini. She's smoking her mum's tits. And she's got a fucking sweat
You
fan.
know evil? Speak no.
And she's a fucking lesbo and all.
Pig out.
You like lesbians. Oh, she's the wrong fucking kind of lesbian. How can you be the wrong kind of lesbian? Oh, give a fuck, bro. And you're fucking trying to shatter and all. You better fucking not, bro. She's fucking ugly. The fucking seen the state of her ass. And her fucking boobs are like fucking out here, bro. And her fucking stupid eyes. And her stupid fucking smiles. And her stupid fucking... So you like her then? No, I don't fucking like her. Hey, bro, you're that last what fucking lives there? Yeah. Fucking seen her. I live in the same building. Well, I don't fucking like her out, bro, but you seen the shape of her fucking ass? It's fucking huge. Yeah, I mean, she's quite a heavy set girl. It is quite large, yeah. Why? Don't fucking like her, bro. I don't fucking like her. She's fucking winning and that. Yeah, of course. Nobody believes you. No, because I don't fucking like her. He insisted. It took him 3 years to be brave enough to approach this girl. Whereas if he didn't like them that much, if he wasn't that keen on them, like he just, I wouldn't mind banging her, but, you know, she's not that hot. Then he was overconfident and he'd go up there with his onion breath. Yeah, fucking seen you, won't I getting a fucking tit wank on that? Fucking can I have your number?
Monkey see, monkey die, monkey drop.
Langy need a girl in the privates when she dumped him. Yeah, I've seen people do it. There was some lad I knew who did that to his sister, but she did deserve it. I would have paid money to see Langy versus that Sam kid from my neighbourhood. with his, "You're an old man, you're a pirate," as he's like swinging this broom handle with a picture hook screwed in the head. "You're a pirate." And I'm just sort of stood right in his face, as he's trying to swing the fucking broom handles. It's like, what are you going to do? Go away, I'm trying to walk home. He used to start on everyone. The girl who got kneed in the privates by her brother, though, that was a girl called Rebecca. And we used to call her Miss Piggy, because she used to look like Miss Piggy, and she got angry very easily. Laggy versus Sam fight. Yeah, I would pay to see it. It would be fucking funny. Probably just for the yelling. Langy there with his, "Cuss, you're a dickhead." And Sam be like, "Hey, you fucking pirate." He's there with his sort of flinging his hands uselessly. Just windmilling his fucking... Oh, it's going to do anything. But yeah, there's Miss Piggy, this is Rebecca. She used to get angry at the slightest fucking thing. And she'd draw a deep breath before she did. And she'd go all pink in the face. I remember pissing her off by asking her out. Like, I didn't fucking fancy her, but she didn't need to know that. Sometimes I used to hang about with one of her brother's friends, so he'd be around and she'd be around, and, I was like, "Hey lads, can you, give me, 10 minutes on my own with Rebecca?" "Why? What are you going to do?" "I'm going to ask her out." You don't like Rebecca, do you?" "Yeah, you don't like my sister. I don't want you going out with my sister." "I don't want to go out with your sister," but she don't need to know that. And so they did. They left me in the garden on my own with us at this plastic, outdoor table. And they're like, "Yeah, so Rebecca, we've known each other since we were at school together." Oh. And I was wondering, are you doing anything at the weekend?
Pig out.
What are you asking me for? Well, I just wondered, would you like to go with me sometime, What? What? Would you what? Well, I think you're kind of hot. I wondered if, maybe you'd like to go sometime. I think it'd be right fun. We'd have a lot of fun together, you and me. "No, I'd never go with you, not even if you were the last boy on the planet." So I guess her flips the table. And when she got mad, she'd go and beat her brother up, so she went to go and find him and started fucking hitting him. He was a lot smaller than her, poor kid. So she's furious since he stormed off, and she's fuming, just stood in the alleyway, this gap between a bunch of asbestos garages. That's what she used to do. I left it about 2 weeks. And then I'm like, "Lads, can you give me 10 minutes on my own with Rebecca again?" "Oh, God, you're not going to ask her out again, are you? Last time she smashed my stuff up." "Oh, no, I'm not going to ask her out again. I'm going to tell her I don't want to go out with her." And so I sat at the same table again. Just sat there "Hey, so Rebecca, how's things?" "Oh, God, leave me alone." "No, but this is important, right, Rebecca? I gotta tell you, because I wouldn't feel right if I didn't tell you." "Oh, God, what?" "Well, remember when I asked you out a couple of weeks back?" "There's no need to get mad at me yet." Well, I just figured I should let you know that, well, I can't go out with you." "What do you mean?" "Well, I mean, even if I wanted to, which I don't, I can't, because I'm going out with Stacy from..." "You mean that stupid ginger bitch what lives on fucking Rosemead?" "Oh yeah, you know her then, do you?" "What do you like her for? She's fucking disgusting!" She was storming off, and for fuck's sake, I can't win. You think I fancy her, you get angry. You think I don't fancy her, and I'm going out with some other girl, you get fucking angry. I just made you fucking jealous. That's cool. "So you don't want me to invite her around?" "Ah! Well, too bad, Ed. Your garden, so I'm going to invite her around." Yeah, she wasn't happy at all. And she went and beat her brother up again because she was too scared to hit me. Oh, that looks serious, potatoes. Yeah. Cool, set it off. Yeah, Miss Piggy. Yeah, we caused all sorts of shit for her. We just liked pissing her off because she was so easy to piss off. Like, just every little thing you'd get. It's how modern girls react when we ask about. No, usually they scurry off, like, before I get that far. They just sort of, you're scaring me! And then they just sort of disappear. The only ones that, like, don't are, like, your full-on fucking radical blue-hard feminist types actually seem to have a bit of a thing for me. And it's an internal struggle for them. It's quite entertaining, but it's also quite worrying. So in those cases, I make a quick getaway. Because I don't want to speak to them, but they'll sure as shit come up to me. And usually when they come up to me, they start having a go at me about something. You know, they'll start giving me shit for something I'm doing. You've seen what you've been doing. I don't care. You shut up. You're doing this. You're damaging the environment. It's like, what? How? What have I done? It was back when I had that two-stroke bike. You know, you're damaging the environment. Right? Okay. And you're not with all your fucking hard eye. Well, you shouldn't be doing that. It's illegal anyway. I'll go on, I don't have to listen to you. And what are you doing putting all the things on the floor? I was in the pet shop, you know, you're putting all these things on the floor. It's like, none of your business, get lost. Well, I'm telling you, you're going to pick that up. Conversation over. And just carried on what I'm doing. Why are you doing it? Because I said so. End of discussion. Have a nice day. And then just ignored her. So I carry on what I'm doing, but you sort of see it because I've got it up and I've leaned in close, you know, with it. Because I want to, because I said so. End of discussion. Have a nice day. And that's it. I go back to what I'm doing, and I just don't acknowledge her anymore. Don't acknowledge her anymore. But I can see it, and I know I'm in danger, because she takes about 3 steps. And you can see as she turns, the nipples are fucking proper fucking sticking out. And you can see, and she takes 3 or 4 steps, and she... Oof. It's a bit of a shock to my system. Like, I quite liked that. I quite enjoyed that. Why do I like it? What do I do about it? No, shit. I'm getting me fucking rat supplies now. I'm getting out of here as fast as I can. I'm getting back on the bike, and yeah, that's it. Always the fucking same way where she comes right up to me as I'm trying to get my fucking two-stroke bike going. Listen, you know, about what happened in the shop. I'm really sorry, and I didn't mean it. And, well, I was wondering if you're not doing anything on... Are you doing anything on Tuesday? I just wondered. Yeah, I got lost. Let's put the chirk halfway on and get some smirk. Disappeared in a cloud of fucking two-stroke fumes. Blue-hard tattooed feminists always ask me to smile, and it makes me less likely to. They always have huge cunts as well. Every single one of those sorts of women I've ever seen with their knickers down, they've always got this huge puffy snatch, and I want to know why that is. Like, there's got to be something about genetic predisposition there. Like, it's weird. Like, they're all like that. It's like, is this why they're angry at men? Is it because they're that size that, like, they're just not satisfied by most of them? Like, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Strange coincidence. But yeah, the rest of them, they prefer, you're right, they prefer twinks, most women. They prefer little puny men. So, around some guy who's getting on about 6'5", they're not very happy.
Oh yeah, looking good, pal.
I want my health. There we go.
Ah, much better.
This map turned out a lot bigger than I thought it would be. I got no idea where I am. Funny as a two-stroke is better than a car for the environment. Oh, well, I mean, that engine was like a 66cc. It did burn about twice as much fuel as it did from the factory, though, because I had tampered with it, so it probably wasn't the most efficient thing in the world. I don't know. I mean, it still did over 100 miles to the gallon, so... Because they are huge cunts. Yeah, figures. That sort of thing's happened a few times. They're the only sorts that really seem to like me, and I don't want anything to do with that sort of woman. found that some of the Zoomer girls actually kind of like me. And that's not really great, because I don't like the age gap there. Like, you know, it feels like being around a child. It just feels awkward. It's like, well, yeah, they're like, you know, towards the latter part of their 20s now, most of them, but it still doesn't sit right with me. At all. Yeah, it just feels awkward to me. I think with some of them it's that they've been around sissy men so much that they actually are like looking for a guy who's not a total fucking sissy. Where the fucking hell do I go from here? Oh, well, let's backtrack. This whole area seemed to be useless. Because I'm always hesitant to call them women. Most of the girls around now, I'm hesitant to call them women because I don't think they've earned that. They don't behave like adults. So appending a word to them that like inherently implies adult isn't very fitting. I don't think they've earned that privilege. So no, you got to act like an adult before I'm going to actually use that word to describe you. And, well, they don't, so I'm not going to. It's not like I imagine most of the guys are any better. I mean, I don't look at guys in that way. I don't lean that way, but I wager they are a lot of the same. Probably just as defective. Like they seem to be at a glance, but again, you know, I don't really think of them that way, so... Oh, no remarks for the Mirror Duke. Oh no, I thought he'd have something to say about his reflection. I think she was only interested because there was a doorman. Maybe. So I'm just sort of some like unemployed bum, and I make sure I look as poor as possible, and that keeps you out of a lot of trouble. Because if they think you've got money, they become a lot more interested. A lot of them, and like, yeah, well, you know, I'll just make sure I appear dirt poor at all times, and then I don't have that problem. I'd rather have no relationship than a terrible relationship, so you know, it works for me. Where the fuck am I supposed to go then? I don't even leave this area now, it's a fucking maze. Let's see. Is that whole area pointless? I don't remember where I got into this zone from. I remember something. Oh, I came out behind the lavatory, didn't I? Like, I feel like this should do something, but it doesn't. Like, as if it would be something to do with the other one at the other end of the hallway. I mean, I'm screwed either way, you know, like the world around me could be full of, like, decent women. I still wouldn't really bother, just because I live in this slum, and I don't think it's really far. But, you know, to expect somebody to put up with a place like this. It's like, yeah, this is where I live, it's full of, like, mould and asbestos and electrical hazards and shit, and, like... You know, I'm not allowed to repair it because otherwise they'll evict me, so, you know, you just got to live with it. I think it's an unreasonable expectation. A lot of women flirt with door staff and they try to go off with them. They seem to fetishize. Yeah, they do. It's like doormen and builders and chefs for some reason, I find, which I really don't get. army men. They tend to really like army men, but I think that's because army men just do as they're fucking told. By definition, so... like, they tend to... the women who go for that tend to be the ones who want to wear the fucking boots. Well, that area just seemed completely pointless. I don't know why we bothered going there. She would nag you to give up your hobby and get rid of your PCs. Probably. I mean, the numbers of them are slowly dwindling anyway. I do find it remarkable, though, just how awful the English women are, like, on average. They're fucking terrible. It's like, you know, if I try and flirt with women, like, the English, they're just not receptive to it at all. They don't like it. It tends to irritate them. Which just makes me do it more, because I think it's funny to piss them off. But, like, you know, I like pissing people off. It entertains me. But, you know, try with, like, a Polish lady, and, yeah, no, far more receptive to it. They like it. Try with, like, the Nigerian women. Yeah, they're pretty receptive to it. They like it. It's like, well, go figure, you know, this is obviously an issue with, like, the English, then. It doesn't seem to be a problem, like, elsewhere. Man, these controls are weird sometimes. Do you think that's a death pit? Nah, it's got a floor in it. I'm completely lost. Out of my way. Yeah, Portuguese women, receptive to, you know, try it with them. Yeah, no, they like it. They're generally pretty receptive to it. They will reciprocate. They like being spoken to. They like, you know, the attention. But no, the English lot, they don't like it. It bothers them. So, well, you know, sucks to be you. I don't know what your expectations are, but they're obviously not very realistic. And then you end up with some pudgy little sissy guy, you know, who can't stand up for himself, and they're never really happy with it. Oh, there's some cases where an enthusiast got married and was forced to give up the hobby because, well, what women like to do is push you out into a garden shed somewhere. And I notice it's something that really puts them off, is when they hear I've got my own house, that I don't live with my parents. It's a massive turn-off for them. Because it's like, yeah, guess whose name's on the tenancy? Mine. They don't like that, they want you in their house, so they're called shots. It's like, yeah, no one's never going to kick me out to my garden shed, because it's my building. You know, I'll make the rules in here. I'll do whatever the fuck I want in my building, because it's mine. Of course, I'm happy to meet in the middle on things, not just be a total fucking jerk, but you know, I have my limits, and being sent out to the garden shed is certainly like that kind of limit. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go from here. I'm at a total loss, and I'm probably going to pack it in soon, because I'll have to go for food at some point. I've got a long way to go if I want to do a playthrough of this. Like, you know, I will have to go through it on my own first. Yeah, none of this other shit seems to go anywhere. Like, there's nothing in this area that we've returned to. Must be missing something down here. There's only the one floor hole, though. I don't see anything else. Oh, holes in the viewport at the top. I don't know if those were visible. Yeah, it seems to be the wavy effect though. I run into that when I do that sort of shit and build. Here's my shift in 3 hours. I wish all my shifts were this chill. Yeah, well, I don't think I ever had a relaxing day when I used to work, because there was always some rubbish going on. Half the time it was just like, am I gonna freeze? Yeah. Well, if it was the fucking winter, I used to get down like -3 in the building. Bloody awful. What am I missing? Is it in a ceiling somewhere? Whatever I'm looking for? Has me at a total loss. Like, I feel like there's got to be a switch or something, but what would it even do? If I did find the switch? I'm guarding a venue for the Commonwealth Games. No, there's always some bloody sports event on. It's the World Cup's over now. Everyone's took their England flags down. I was saying before, if I ever run for political office, it's never going to be like, hey, you know, this will happen to your children if we don't do this now, or anything like that. I would just be, we'll cancel the football. I'd get straight in office, guarantee it. People would vote for me, like, en masse. They'd just be like, oh, we can't let them cancel the football. It's the only time we put the flag up, because that flag means football. It doesn't mean England. Means football. Everything about this room makes it look important, and there's just nothing in here. There's just that, like the way it's staged, again, it's like that is important. And now it does something.
This party.
I tried many times, it did nothing before. Arguably it's better to live alone with dignity than to live with a partner stripped of your original self. Well, yeah. So, you know, they have unreasonable expectations, evidently, so I think mine are perfectly reasonable. You know, to where it's like I literally wouldn't care what they wanted to do with the kitchen or the bedroom or the bathroom, which is more than half the building. So I want to have my things in like one fucking room in the building. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's generous, actually. Especially when I'm paying 3 figures fucking rent for the fucking thing every week.
Silverback is attacking! Run!
Yeah, look at that. Next, the fucking Olympics will come round, I'm sure. That'll be... what's usually next? Oh, no, they'll push the fucking cricket at some point like anybody actually watches that shit. What nasty bastards. Oh dear. Well, not my problem.
Silverback has Houston. We must rescue her and the other resistance members from that ship. Try taking out their guidance controls with the turret. But first, you're going to need to get the turret access cube from me. I've sealed myself into a bunker, but I'm wounded, and these apes will find me soon. Find a way into the underground tunnels. I'm hiding in...
Well, a lot of fucking use that, stupid. Where do I know that guitar sample from?
Here, piggy, piggy, piggy.
Pakistanis watch cricket. Well, maybe, but I'd say they're not the majority of the population, but at this point I don't really know. The whole world of TV and everything is fake. I am so glad I don't have, like, a TV. Oh, that sounded like ominous. Ow! Where's that coming from? And tried blowing me up earlier.
Remember, kids, I'm a professional. Don't try this at home. Hail to the king, baby.
Yeah, that hurts.
Looks like this bomb is missing the detonator.
Well, don't know where you are to help you. Sorry, you're probably going to get yourself shoosted. That was smart. Imagine if it gave way. I'm on my way, presumably.
Thanks, Duke.
Yeah, you want to be thankful, so what do I get? Probably a whole load of bloody nothing. We might as well play Leisure Suit Larry again. And I will
Hey,
play
baby,
the
how you
rest.
doing?
Duke, this area is secure.
The missing detonator.
Oh, cool, I get to blow stuff up. Nice. Well, I guess I'll look at these things over here later. One thing at a time. I'd hate to wander off over there and forget about it, and where the fuck am I supposed to go? Although you never know with this game, it seems the triggers for things might not be entirely reliable. Hey, you might not want to stand there, okay. Well then I'm gonna watch. Can I watch while you do it? Oh, brilliant. Dynamic environment, to an extent. I'm not sure the console appreciates all of the sprites on screen for the fire effect, though. It certainly has had an effect on the frame rate, you might say. Well, I tried to grab the ledge, but game was having other ideas. Oh, frame rate's nice down here though, it's real smooth. I am surprised the clock tower on the PS1 is uncapped. Like most games on this console seem to be limited to 30 frames a second. Clock tower? Not so much. It says plus, because I have a healing item, but it takes so long to get to it through the inventory. You're never going to be able to get there in a situation like that. Yeah, where was I? Oh yeah. Yeah, the original clock tower runs uncapped. From testing it out. It actually can get up to 60 frames a second. It doesn't do it very often, but it can get up there. I always thought it ran only at 30. I mean, there's not really any reason for it to run at 60. You're not going to gain anything. A lot of the animations only run at 15 frames a second in it, so it's really not necessary, but curious nonetheless, and makes capturing it quite a bit more difficult. Like, to do this sort of shit with this capture card, I have to set just about everything on it manually. Because the vendor gimped it. They don't want you, capturing S-video and shit with it anymore.
Who's your daddy?
And so I'm operating outside of parameters that the manufacturer wants. That worked in, earlier versions of the drivers and shit, so... I know it can do it, and it was supposed to do it, and it's just a capability that they removed at some point. Duke, help me. Well, I might not be doing that, because I seem farther away now than when I first heard you, so... Oh, this slipped. Oh, I'll get a bar. It seems like it's designed.
And I'm climbing a ladder to heaven.
I can't even hear her anymore up here. Well, I hope she's doing okay, the Duke help girl, because we might not be seeing her anytime soon. Oh, there we go. No, she's still around. Jeez. You think I've got shit that I've got to do over here? You think I'd be over there helping if I was, not busy already? Oh, stop nagging me. Makes me think of Tabitha from Interstate 76. Yeah, that box ain't breakable.
Duke, take this turret access cube and bring down that ship. Be careful not to destroy it. Just bring it down.
Relax.
Capture
This is gonna
settings can be
child's
difficult
play.
to get right. But they can, but it used to be automated on this card. Whereas now, like, the S-video input basically doesn't even exist. So I have to mess about with, like, property sheets for the card that aren't supposed to be accessible. And, you know, input, like, timing data manually and everything. It's a complete shit show. And it has to be dead on, or else weird things happen. Like it skips frames and the interlacing screws up and everything. Oh, what the fuck was that? Excuse me, my frame rate's bad out here.
Paul, the other dead meat.
Frame rate's really bad around here. I don't know where I am. I'm gonna get killed.
Biggie. Damn.
Jeez. This is really banking on me knowing where the fuck I'm going before I get there.
Who's next?
Oh, okay. I don't know where I got that from, but it acts like the Glock gun. I'll take it.
Who's it down?
Cool. Got no ammo left for it, though. Oh, here we go again. Duke, help me. There's a lot of weapons in this game. Yeah, that'll eat ammo. I'll stick to what I know works. Turret exit. I thought I saw a turret over this way, but I guess not. I know there's some laser dickhead on top of one of these that I really don't want to contend with. Oh, there we go. I don't think you're gonna work.
Thanks, Duke.
Ah! Well, I hope that was worth it for you, because I got myself lasered big time as a result and shot in the back. And I'm struggling to move out here with the frame rate as it is.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Oh, jeez. A lot of help you were. Yeah, that's it. Go in and shoot him when I'm down. Yeah. Can I take that contraption down? Thing is, you can't move when you're in this view. It doesn't look like I can take it down. There's no obvious sign that it's been damaged. Right, where do I want to be? Oh man, this is... just presents like so many ways I can go. That's not get-upable. Right, already been down there. Yeah, that's where I saw the turret there. Right, cool. Did they really have to make it this open out here?
Oh boy, time for a little target
Like the
practice.
console obviously can't handle it that well. Could have put a few more walls in.
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
Oh, glorious. I've got turrets. Yeah. Right, so all those misters I'm supposed to turret, I guess I went and shot them already. So my turret's no good. Where's that fucking laser guy? I know he's up there, he just lasered me. Reinforcements detected. Oh, it's obviously on a timer rather than a counter. One reinforcement, really. Stop lasering me. And as that took a while, now I'm hesitant to get down from here. Right, okay. How engaging. Not hugely impressed. Hey, it's smoking. Maybe I can take it out of the sky. Well, it's probably one guy. I'm not that much of a rush to get there. I'd rather deal with this because it's more of a fucking menace to me. I doubt he's going to hit me much while I'm up here, so... There we go. Oh, that level was horrible.
How's your leg, Jane?
It's merely a flesh wound.
That
Yeah, sure.
bastard Silverback managed to pilot the ship out of my range. Looks like he
Silverback.
got away.
Maybe not. A report came in that your little target practice may have caused the ship to crash land not too far from here. Are you up for getting a little wet?
Hey, isn't that my line?
The ship crashed somewhere inside the old submerged city. Put this scuba gear on, and I'll arrange to have you dropped off there. I'm staying behind to have someone take a look at my leg, but I'll be in contact with you once you get there.
Let me save this. I don't see myself bludgeoning through another level, but I'll keep playing while I have this cigarette, and then I'll probably call it a day. It's already past my food time. I should have changed the stream title. It doesn't matter. YouTube's never going to promote anything out of my fucking streams, so it's not like you're going to have anybody who doesn't know me come in here. You know, fucking the search AI is bullshit. If you search for Duke Mark, that benchmarking utility I made, it fucking directs you off to fucking Phil's computer lab. I doubt ever even mentioned the fucking thing.
Feeling about this.
It's like the text, obviously, it grabs from my pages and my video and shit. But, like, fuck, it's gonna, like, actually cite that. No, it'll cite some other guy who, you know, has nothing to do with it. Who actually
Seemed
tried to get
exactly
me
my
kicked
idea
off the
of the
fucking
breast
platform.
milk, but
And got me
there was
kicked out
nothing.
of fucking forums and shit, because I can't help but punch down. So, geez, the web really is just pay to play now, isn't it? Like, fuck, my webpage ever would show up in a search result anyway, because I don't have SSL. Can I get SSL? No, because I run Windows NT4 on the web server, and they need their stupid fucking client to be running. Like, to constantly fucking talk to their fucking stupid SSL, like, issuing server. It's like, really? That shouldn't be a thing. Just give me the fucking SSL certificate. Let me attach it to my fucking server, and it'll just work. That's how we used to do it. Oh. Fuck is this gun?
There's something fishy going on around here.
Well, at least we don't have to deal with crocodilers like Lara. Lara! I remember him making out with the TV, that Chev kid. Like, picked up little portable telly while he was playing Tomb Raider and started snogging it.
Well, this building is a mess. Something definitely tore through here. I'll keep you posted. Duke out.
That looks uncannily like one of the tiles from Duke 3D up there. I probably will try and steal some tiles from this game. I feel like there's probably some decent ones to be having from it. It's not one of them games where tapping the swim button makes you faster. Holding it down is the best way in this.
You guys suck.
I quite like
That's one that
sharks.
didn't get away.
You know, as a general rule, I hate the sea and everything in it. Shark's pretty cool. You know, sharks are killy enough that I respect them. Whales and dolphins and shit. I maintain dolphins are stupid. Everyone, oh cool, I wonder if that works down here. They do in Duke 3D. No. Yeah, dolphins are really intelligent. If they were that intelligent, they wouldn't get stuck in the fucking tuna nets all the time. I mean, the dolphin's getting caught when you're not even trying to catch it. Try and catch a rat sometime. That's an intelligent creature. Rats are very intelligent. You try catching a rat, good fucking luck with that. You ain't gonna catch that rat, because the rat's clever. It knows you're trying to catch it. It knows what a rat trap is, and it knows how it works. And it's going to do everything it can to evade it, but the rat isn't only that clever enough to, like, evade the rat trap. It has other tricks up its sleeve, because what the rat will do is figure out how the rat trap works, come back, defeat the trap, steal the food, run off with it. So, you know, that's an intelligent creature. Dolphins, they're fucking dumb. They go in nets all the time. It's what they're going extinct, yeah, because they're fucking stupid. That's why. Don't see Norway rats going extinct anymore. Anytime soon. Yeah, they're a bit too smart. Not so easily beaten. And I wind up people who eat fish. I say fish is the food of, like, failed civilizations. I don't necessarily think that, but I think that there could be some merit to it. Like, in the past. These days, it's just a case of whether you like it or not. But in the distant past, I think there was probably civilizations that were having a hard time, because it's like, well,
It's time for some
the
sharp
people I
things.
come from mastered, like, you know, farming and shit. And so would eat, like, cows and, like, pigs and goats and stuff like that. And as a result, also aren't lactose intolerant. Drank, like, cow milk.
No pain, no gain.
And so if I have a cow and I could kill the cow and eat it, like, I could feed my whole tribe, like, that one cow. You know, there's all this beef there that I can eat. That's wonderful. Catch a fish. Can't really get much food out of one fish, and it takes quite a while to do. If you're travelling or something, it works, but you have to catch a lot of fish for your tribe, and I'm not a water creature. I live on land, so
Time for some shark fin
it
soup.
makes more sense. I would eat things that are on land, and you know, be better adapted for that. I don't know. This is a copy-paste job, evidently. Gun sub? Uh-oh. Oh, did I get near to something that's through a wall here? Okay, weird. Strange thing.
Oh, yeah.
Laser Gatling. Definitely does screw with the viewport at the edges of the screen. It's just all mirrors, like, when it has this wavy effect. I get why. So I read it in build, and I just hope nobody notices it. Because I have effects that wave the screen like that. Yeah, these were the stars I cared about. Beef, I think, is one of the most nutritious things you can eat, I think. I'm not sure on that. I have to look that up. Don't take my word for it. spicy food is a food of unsanitary civilizations. You're probably not supposed to say it, but it is. If you look at everywhere that spicy food comes from, it's always like despotic sort of shithole places where, like, you know, it's unhygienic and all the food's out of date, and so they put the spices in so you can't taste how fucking rotten it is. Again, nowadays, there's probably just like an element of it that's subjective. It's just whether you like it or not. But I would go with historically, that sort of thing was
You want a piece of me?
like came around just because people, you know, it was all they had to eat. Yeah, let's use that gun for a while, I guess.
That's one that didn't get away.
Yeah, I find it difficult to navigate this game. I'm finding it. It's the general look and feel of everything, and nothing really stands out that much. It's an area like this, it does. Oh, here we
And
go.
that's one big sea monkey.
Takes a long time for me to change direction here. I think I just have to tank the damage, really.
Die, you ape-hole.
Ew, what a horrible thought. This just looks raw PS1 in here, though. This is the sort of shit I think of when I think about PS1 visuals. Overuse of some grotty fucking tile that's been like badly cleaned up to go into a game. There's hardly any idea what you're looking at. The environments just look like there's been a fire gone through them. Well, now to get up there, so a lot of good this secret was to me. Is this like the exit point from a secret rather than the entrance? Quite possibly. I quite like the music in here. The music's quite nice. I saw that shark through the wall. They ain't fooling me. What do I have to deal with in here? More sharks. Sharks are ugly. And sharks are bad. Sharks have a brain the size of a pea. They're coming for you and they're coming for me. Oh no. Running out of laser gatling and yeah, the octas are quite a threat in this, actually. They do quite a lot of damage. You're just not mobile enough to really move out the way a lot of the time. And anything that the aiming system doesn't lock onto, you're pretty much screwed, because at that point you've got to use the luck button, and you can't move when you're in that mode.
Hail to the king, baby.
And Duke's just too slow most of the time to really avoid shit.
Encounter.
Yeah, another copy-paste fucking hallway with copy-paste rooms. That's when my navigation starts to fall to bits. Don't remember switching weapon, but okay. Fair enough. Well, you were shooting through geometry, you jerk. I just fell. If I hug the edge, he starts falling. Weird. There's like no water in that spot. This game's strange. It really is. I don't really have any good weapons at this point. Handgun's the best I got, and it's running out of ammo. These wretched fucking Star Wars. God damn it. This is full on ugly in here. This is really ugly. Definitely took a lot of Tomb Raider inspiration, this game. I don't think it's as much as Time to Kill, but it definitely is taking off Tomb Raider as best it can. Do I? Well, I don't need it now. Biography. Really surprised that doesn't mangle the frame rate worse than it does. Oh, it's a secret, it's not progress. So all that area we've just been through exists for nothing then, is what this is telling me. It exists just to reach this fucking secret. That's all it's for. Okay, can't move. There we go. Really is not easy to control this game at all. It's weirdly better with the D-pad. I doubt if I can move those. And definitely suffering for ammunition. I'll try and finish this quest item. Wow, that's like literally plot device. Look at the size of these stars. Like compared to the road. Like the road's there. Stars is fucking there. Like, what the fuck is this, like a building for giants? Okay, is there anything actually in here? Because it just looks like a black hole to me. Yeah. Can't go any farther in. So this whole area is for nothing then. Like, there's no reason to come down here. Jeez, man. Can't see a thing. I'm failing to navigate back that way. There's no surface here. No. Strange piece of bloody history submerged. Lost forever. I'll bug my way through here. Maybe. Really does feel like a game where out of bounds would be a possibility. There you go, gotcha. I don't know if that helped me out at all. Watch it be a massive backtrack. No, that's where we got in from. Okay. So there's a backtrack, but it's a backtrack to where I want it to be. You know it's going well when you start looking for ways to bust the game. There's that weird bit where he falls for no reason. Oh, I get it. Right, this is where it all started going wrong, was here. So, let's see if we can find anything else in this area. It keeps falling in here. There's something wrong with this area where the water seems to shut off from here. It's really strange. So where is that doorway? Yeah, you ain't getting to it from this side either. I'm guessing it's not meant to be enterable then. Trying to look through the wall. Yeah, I don't see anything in there. No, don't waste ammunition. Yeah, didn't notice that before. Where else can I go? Like, where would forward even be from here? That feels like it's probably somewhere I don't want to go. Oh, really? I'm really lost here. I'm really, really lost. It's not easy to navigate. It really isn't easy to navigate. Because everything just looks the same. Like, nothing really stands out. You got a few areas that do. The rest of it's generally just these copy-paste hallways. It really looks like the only place I can go is the way I was, but... There's no down here. We already know there's no down here. We already checked down here. Well, let's give it another look. It's probably just going to have me go out of bounds again. Yeah, these aren't sloped, so I don't think I can get through those, and I don't think there's anything out there. It just looks like the edge of the level. Almost went through the floor there. That might have been useful. I wonder if the whole map would draw. I wonder if we'd be able to see where we were going. And now we're going to swim up. Jeez. Alcove for no reason, is it? Yeah, I thought I saw a vent there, but yeah, that goes nowhere. This is so horrid to navigate, it really is. Yeah, there really is nothing out here. There's no reason to come here. This isn't where I thought it was. I was thinking of the area where I downed the sub. That's where I want to be. That looks vaguely inappropriate. As long as I get where I'm going. Yeah, that definitely thinks there's like a water surface there. I wonder if this area was unflooded at one time. And that was where the water level was. I don't know how you'd set that up in this game or this engine, but it's almost what it feels like. So this is that secret area where I couldn't get into anything. It had this, which looked like a dead end to me. No, it isn't. So this is probably where I was meant to go, and all that was for nothing. Holy shit, man. That is taking the cake for pointless fucking geometry. They really like that in this. I mean, a little bit's alright, but this is starting to go a bit far. All that just for that secret. I will finish this level before I quit, but I'm going to quit the end of this level. I got to get going and do stuff. I just have to go buy groceries in a couple of hours. Fucking grocery shopping, I hate it. I don't have the patience. I have thrown people into shelving and shit. Just because they can't help but be fucking stupid. Okay, it made total sense. Yes, I am climbing on nothing. Cool. Yeah, so do I want to climb up here then? I think it used to be a trend in 90s game design to find ways of it. It sure seems that way. I mean, in adventure games it makes sense. I don't mind a little bit of, like, sidetrack stuff. It's alright. But that area start, like, that was going a bit fucking far with it. Like, they didn't need to put that much there. The level's done it a few times now. To me, it just seems like a lack of confidence that they had enough game. Well, oh, there's a fucking floor there, so maybe I'll do it that way. Okay. Finding ways to exploit things, at least, like, you know, to make the process more comfortable. Like, get it to, like, descend a little faster. Rattling buttons in a specific way. I wonder. Gonna have no feel for the arc on it on this game, but he chucks it way too far. I can't get a feel for that. Good, I can't. Oh, I mean, it was effective.
Who's next?
But it would have been nice if I knew it had changed. Aquatic cat crap. Yeah, the sound is kind of along those lines, isn't it? I really hate those cat craps in that game, man. They're fucking Shadow Warrior fucking things. I don't hate them as much as I hate, like, the full-blown Rippers. Those things are just evil, I'm quite sure. Hicksville Fire Department. That's a gigantic fire department. Oh no, are we going back in the water? I don't want to go back in the water. So this takes place in Redneck Rampage's universe, does it? That explains why the layout's convoluted. Now playing Throbbing Wood, Prince of Beeves. Alright, far enough. Yeah, you see, when you got an RE, you want to imply that something exists. You just make it look like it collapsed or something. That worked. Oh no, this isn't going to be another dead end zone, is it? I feel like I need to get up there. I feel like that's what I want to do. Oh, we're getting fancy and doing jumps diagonal now, are we? Now, can I just make it... Oh, come off it. And it requires a level of precision that the controls for this game just do not have. There's a fucking ledge there, man. Just grab it. Please. Turning in a small space like that's a pain as well, because it knocks him off to the side and stuff, so you're kind of up against it. Yeah, at least I figured out how to make him climb shit faster than he's probably supposed to, but... Damn, what the fuck is this Tomb Raider Underworld now? I'm trying to remember which one it was, because, you know, there actually was a Tomb Raider game. There was one. Oh, awesome. There actually was one where, whoa. Okay. There was one where they actually did manage to make Lara look kind of hot. And there was only one game. Oh, can I up-warp him again? How do we do that? Don't know, I think I like managed to turn him into the wall though. And it just placed him on top of it. I can't get it to do it again. Oh, I can down-warp him. Always worth knowing these things. It's not even so much to give me a helping hand as it is that I don't trust the game to not start eating its own face off at some point. You know, with the when it does strange shit like that, you kind of have to learn what's in your arsenal of the strange broken shit, because you might have to use it to unbreak something at some point. Well, I mean, of course I want it.
Oh, this is one oversized can opener.
I mean, it's probably awful to use, but... Oh, what? It's not a usable weapon? Oh, lousy. We don't get all the breaths in the music. Oh, no, what you doing? Stop! Fucking hell, you're gonna blow yourself up. Like, I can't put my weapon away, and I can't climb. So like, all I can do is try and get away from the area. Well, not much I can do. Oh geez, that's far. Oh yeah, that's real far.
Welcome to Coolsville. Population, me.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Who's your daddy?
I mean, that's probably going to end up blowing myself up. Don't have anything else. Oh, I got infinite ammo on those. Okay. What's this area be totally pointless? It would be a dead end. Nothing in it. Starting to look that way. Wow, so what you're telling me is I came down here for nothing. Lovely. Well, I did want to go up there, but he just refuses to grab it for some reason. I seem to be unable to exit the water again. Oh, there we go. We finally got it. But yeah, no, there was one Tomb Raider game where they actually got Lara's model to look halfway decent, and like, I remember I'd been in some sort of wetsuit at one point in it. I remember one of them where there's like a scene with the fucking motorbike, and she drives it like between two buildings.
I'm a plane. I'm Duke Nukem.
And like, I remember that chav kid getting overly excited by the outfit she had on in that, where she's in some like party dress. Goggles full. I've never even needed them in here. Is this whole area useless? There's nothing down there, there's nothing up here. Then where the fuck am I meant to go now? Is this just another fucking massive detour for nothing? Oh, this is really testing my patience. I remember that level been really hard. This level, it's not really hard, it's just fucking annoying to navigate. So going in there has spawned misters in the area I've already been in. The controls are really wigging out here for some reason. Alright, yeah, great. I need to heal, damn it.
I ain't got time to bleed.
You know, that might not be too bad. Because do I even want to be in there? Who knows? Geez, I'll give it till I've had another cigarette, and then I'm going for the day. Yeah, this has a whole load of fucking pointless shit. This whole area that I'm in probably has nothing in it. That is what it's taught us. And what the game's doing is making navigating even harder, because exploration hasn't ever really been rewarded. It's just been like, oh, here you go, this is pointless. It's like, gee, thanks a lot. Thanks for wasting my time making me come all this way out here. Makes me come all the fucking way out someplace, gives me nothing, takes a load of my health off me, and so then I don't want to explore anymore, and so then I end up even less chance of finding the path I'm supposed to be on. I can't find any other way to go than this thing. Like, what, does it want me to backtrack all the way at the start of the map or something? Does any of this have any reason to exist? Almost got him stuck there. Fuck this. It was a gamble, but it did pay off. Well, it may not be effective, because we did establish you could shoot through geometry earlier. Yeah, there is one thing I like with the room being this way, that potentially I could stream from my sofa. System in this does not work. There's nowhere to go at the bottom here. Absolutely nothing. So where would you go? Yeah. Well, I would still say 0 hour is worse. I would say 0 hour is worse than this game by a long fucking way. I'm not very impressed. I'm really not. Oh yeah, go on, go out of bounds. Do it. I dare you. Ah! Right, so now we start with this convoluted shit that we have to do to get up here again. Just can't get it from that side, I would have thought. Oh, really? Of course. Does that get me anywhere? Yeah, to get anywhere in this, you really have to have like a knack for that distinct 90s game lag, you know, that you only really got from this era of game. Your controls get unresponsive in a very sudden way. It's very different from what it had. It always jars me in like newer games, like that liminal thing was playing last week. Just how the control lag is in them, because it's so different to the way that 90s games did it. The games of this era, totally different feel to them when they start doing that. Okay, but is any of this any use to me at all? Like, where am I trying to go from here? Like, there is absolutely jack shit in here. We already know, we've already been in here. But I don't see anywhere else I could go. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to roll another cigarette, and past that cigarette, I'm going away. I stayed longer than I was going to, by quite a margin. Ah, for fuck's sake. Is there really nothing down here? Let's check the ceilings. They like putting shit in ceilings, but I don't see how you'd ever get it to fit. Lockers aren't used for anything. They're all empty. There's me pipe bombs. I can have those back. Couldn't put them away and couldn't detonate them. grab first time. Didn't do that last time. Will you just grab the pole? So awkward to get around in this. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. Does this need to be this difficult? Does it really? I'm just trying to grab a fucking metal purse, man. Yeah, I'm trying to grab the purseman. What of it? We don't have a purseman here. It's a pursed woman. She's actually quite ugly, unfortunately. We had a real pretty one for a time. Kind of wish she kept doing it. The businesses probably would as well, because it made me order more things, so they'd keep sending it to my front door, you know. So, obviously not really, but I'm sure somebody would do something. Oh man, what the fuck is this level? Do you think I can get through the ceiling? Do you think the collision in it's wonky enough that I could, like, potentially grab that purse again and, like, wedge my head through the ceiling? This looks like it's got oil on this cigarette paper.
Don't just stand there. Let's shoot something.
Well, I think I killed everything, Duke. So, like, I mean, the only option I've got is backtrack, but how fucking far do I need to backtrack? Last time we did it was fucking miles. Absolutely fucking miles. I don't know where I'm getting out of bounds there. There's nothing up there anyway. See, there's nothing up there. Or if there is, it's not lured, and that's probably not an actual lured zone. Oh, come on, let go of it. There we go. Alright, whatever. There you go. That's at least I can bug him along these things a little bit. You know, I could go by a bit quicker. Okay. Backtracking it is. Oh boy, this tests my patience. That wall there almost looks like something you'd be able to blow up. I don't think so, but I swear that tile's different on that one corner. I see nowhere to go from here. So yeah, this whole area is pointless, it's gotta be. This all goes sodden nowhere. You know, the music in this level would have been pretty fantastic if it had been used somewhere else. But that doesn't look like progress. So you can't backtrack from here, it's not possible. Oh. Oh. Game keeps catching what I'm trying to do to it. Got the shot. Cut. So I can't backtrack from this area, I'm stuck down here. The heck, man? Like, where the fuck am I supposed to... There's nowhere to go! You don't think we had a trigger fail again, do you? I mean, there could just be a hole in the wall I'm not seeing, but... Like, where the fuck would that be? These are enterable, I already looked at these. Oh, man. Oh no, this seems to be a dead end, and as I've shot everything, I can't even kill myself to backtrack. Oh, very interesting. I just went through that door for him. Okay, here we go then. Might as well try it. If you haven't guessed, I'm trying to go through the map. Unfortunately, I think if you touch out of bounds, it stops you moving. It seems that when I get out of bounds, it just takes my controls, and I can't do anything about it. Like, 'cause I can just about wedge him out there, but it seems to actually be pretty robust at figuring out that I am outside the map. It takes control off me and pushes me back in, which I'm in fair game. Might have a bit less success there. I could get myself stuck here, but I don't really care at this point. I'm quite happy to just go with whatever I can get here. So I'm kind of out of options. Yeah, it's too good at catching it. So close. We almost did. Oh, very gnarly. Oh. Well, you can't blame me for trying. It might actually be doable. If you're really, really pushed, it might actually be doable. Yeah, I'm not seeing any unseen holes in the walls, so I'm kind of getting to the point where I think I just have to conclude it's put me in a dead end. The only way out would be to die, but I killed everything, so... There's got to be something I'm not seeing. It's really the only, like, realistic possibility. I can't believe they just dump you in a dead end like that. Looks a lot like Land of the Slog. Do I have a jetpack? I remember having one. Oh, I do. Okay, there we go. Gee, imagine actually banking on me having this at my disposal. The thing is, I don't really want those. Right, would it be any benefit to going there? Across there? I don't see anything over there. I don't know that I can get it by jumping, but I'll give it a go. Yeah, there's fuck all over here. If I didn't have that jetpack, I would have been screwed there. Can I actually survive this drop without taking hits? Don't know. Find out. Yeah, I can drop quite far. But this was a checkpoint. It gives me a checkpoint right fucking there, at the bottom there. Like, as if this is the way forwards. And this clearly isn't the way forwards, because there's nowhere to go from there. There's either nowhere to go or some trigger didn't trigger, which, given I experienced it in the fast level when I was testing on my own, could well be the case. Like, how far would I have to backtrack from here? Because if I go back through there, it's going to take me back to where we blew the submarine up. And we know none of those paths go anywhere. Like, I can go back, but how far back? Like, how far do I have to backtrack from here? That's crazy, man. Like what? The only place I can think that isn't fully explored would be like back at the very beginning of the level. I don't want to go all the way back there. I'll finish me cigarette and I'm just going to stop. I'm not even going to try and progress from here. Like that shit that's burning my arm. That's, I think that's the limits of my patience, like, reach with this. Level design in this is horrible. It doesn't control nice. It makes, like, actually getting there, like, way more painful than it would be otherwise. Lining these fucking jumps up is borderline impossible. You also have to be mindful the image is far worse for me than it is for you. I'm playing with a composite signal that has, like, a lot of noise been backfed in by the capture card. So I've got like rainbows all over my screen and shit. So I don't mind, it just reminds me of my first colour TV. My first TV was black and white. I must be one of the last people. I must be one of the very last people. Right, okay, so the ledge grab doesn't work properly then, because like that's like under the ledge. That's like, yeah, okay, step by step, and we'll get there, and once we're out, he'll fucking miss it. Oh, wow, we actually got it. Well, whatever, I finished my cigarette, and so I think I'm done here. I don't know if I'll be playing through this one. I don't think I can. I don't think I can justify it. I really don't. I think it just takes the piss too much. It's really, you just grab the fucking ledge. Does it need to be that hard? You know, the mechanics are jank, they don't really work right a lot of the time. You know, the controls are bad, the level layout's bad. Oh, for heaven's sake, I can't grab the ledge, I can't walk any closer to the fucking wall. Yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, 0 hour's still worse. I wouldn't even have made it this far in 0 hour, but I think that's where my limits are for this one. And certainly where I'm ending the stream, because I got stuff to do. But my shitty device works. It does what it's supposed to do. We've successfully injected a colour burst into the signal, and I can use that with any device that has the same problem. Not that most of them are very useful for streaming. Still nice to be able to do. So I'm calling it here. I'm XeFF. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you in the next one, I guess. I wonder if the solitaire for the PS1, I should find out.
Don't just stand there. Let's shoot something.
I agree, I'll fire Duke 3D up when I've got the time spare.